Check, check. Check, check. 1, 2. 1, 2. Hey, hey.
Check, check, 1, 2. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 1, 2. This is what it sounds like through the VA mics. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 1, 2. This is what it sounds like through the VA mics. Mic check, 1, 2. Mic check, 1. This is what it'll sound like even on the low end. This is what it'll sound like on the low end. Check, check, 1, 2. Mic test. Okay. So which one did you want to go now? Test, test, 1, 2. Check. Woo. Which one did you want to go with?
Yes.
So that's no, that is.
Test 1 2. And you'll see the light comes on. Test 1 2.
Yeah.
You'll see the light come on. The light come on like that.
Uh-huh.
Got it. That'll work that way. Okay.
Hello?
Chair Rios, we are ready to begin and we are live.
Thank you very much, Heather. Good evening, everyone. We are the Historic Districts Review Board, and I am calling this meeting to order, and today is May the 27th, 2025. Roll call, please.
Madam Chair Rios,
Here.
Vice Chair Bienvenu.
Here.
Member Aguilar Madrana,
Excused.
Member Mather,
Here.
Member Cherry,
Here.
Member Degnan,
Here.
Member Beechey. Here. Madam Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you very much. Are there any changes to the agenda, staff?
Yes, Chair Rios, thank you. Item number 7B has been postponed. That's the informational session for 515 Paseo Peralta. That will be heard at another date. In addition, I'm sorry, I should have known this one. Under discussion items, item number 10, the general plan update. We have a lot to talk about this evening regarding the land development code update. So I figured that we could postpone that to the next hearing. Just a quick announcement on that, though, is on June 14th, we will be having our first open house for the general plan update at the Higher Education Center at Midtown. And it's going to be from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Coincidentally, there's also a site with the Midtown Arts Alliance on that's going to be going on that day in the afternoon. So you could swing by for that too. So those are the two items that are being postponed.
Thank you very much, Heather. Is there a motion to approve the agenda as just amended?
Beechey so moves.
And all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. That passes. We have minutes of May the 13th, 2025. Changes? Anyone? Member Bienvenu.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let's see, on page 7, under board action, the first sentence, Member Bienvenu moved that the recommendations of the staff be adopted as findings, add a comma to separate that from the rest of the sentence. And 5 lines down where it says an ideal work, change the word work to world, W-R-L-D. On page 8, in the middle of the first full paragraph, after the word Cleophas, add the word Romero, and change in the next sentence Shia family, S-H-I-A, to Shea family, S-H-A-Y-A. On page 12, fourth full paragraph, where it's second line, where it says divided light windows is appropriate. Add the word not in between is and appropriate so that it reads divided light windows is not appropriate in this district. And on page, that's all I have.
Thank you. Anyone else on these minutes? If not, I will entertain a motion, please.
Move to approve as amended.
And did I hear a second?
Second.
All those in favor of this motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. Thank you. We have 9 findings of fact and conclusions of law. They're all from January the 14th, 2025. Changes to any of these, either staff or board members?
No changes for staff.
Anyone? Motion, please. Board members?
Each item moves to approve the findings of fact and conclusions of law for January 14, 2025.
Second.
All those in favor of this motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. Thank you. Matters from the public. Is there anyone here that wishes to express something in reference to H board matters? It appears not. Oh, yes, please come to the podium. And this would not be related to a case this evening.
This is strictly procedural. Could you repeat what you said about 10A and B? I didn't hear it. On the
Yes,
agenda for today.
With reference to the Santa Fe Forward General Plan update, item 10.
I still can't hear you. I'm sorry.
With reference to the general plan update, item 10A, that is being postponed. And item 10B will be discussing tonight. It's the Land Development Code update, phase 1.
Phase 1 only. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Is there anyone online?
Yes, Chair Rios, one moment. Stephanie Benenato. Stephanie, you may unmute.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, I wanted to make one other remark about 925 Acequia Madre and the idea that it's not visible. We have Google Streets and we have aerial views that are current, and anybody can see what goes on in anybody's property, whether it's visible from the street or not. So this non-portal, non-ramada is going to be visible aerially. And so people will know it's there and they'll come in and say, well, you allowed this. And again, I just think that you set a really bad precedent at 925 Acequia Madre by allowing a structure that is neither a ramada nor a portal with a very poor material as a roof. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else on Zoom?
No, Chair Rios.
Staff communications, we have 2 items. Heather?
Yes, Chair Rios. We are proud to present the draft Green Building Code update. With us will be Steve Onstead, and he'll be making the presentation. I believe that's Evergreen Builders. Steve, you might be able to unmute and let us know.
Yes, can you hear me?
Okay. So if you can speak closer to your microphone or to the computer, that would be great. And do you need to share your screen as well? Because
Yeah, and also Doug Pouchard is going to be part of the presentation, if you can unmute him.
Okay. And I have added Doug, so he'll be able to do that. And I'm promoting you so that you can share your screen for a PowerPoint presentation. And when you're ready, you may proceed.
Let's see. It says sharing is not turned on.
You should be able, I'm sorry, you should be able to share now.
All right. Okay, can you see this?
Yes, thank you.
All right, good. Oops, a second here. Okay, well, thank you for having us. Basically, I wanted to start by just going over how we put this thing together. The code team was put together. It was sponsored by Carol Romero Worth, and of course, the land use director Heather Amboy has been kind of leading us and giving us direction as we go. Our team leader was Tom Graham. He's the deputy land use director. And then the team that actually did work for the city is Richard Trujillo. He's the building division manager. Bobby Padilla, who's the inspection division manager. And Robert Ortiz, he's the green building code specialist, the one that actually issues you your building permit. And they asked Doug Bouchard and I to come on board, basically for our experience in energy and for water. Doug Bouchard, just to kind of give you an overview, is known as an expert in water conservation in Santa Fe and nationally. He helped develop the WERS program used by the city of Santa Fe. The WERS has now expanded into other markets, including Canada. It is included in an ANSI standard for the National Green Building Standard. If you're not familiar with the ANSI standards, that's the American National Standards Institute, and they set rules for all kinds of different products. There's about 10,000 ANSI standards in the United States and globally. Doug also put together the Next Generation Water Summit. And I think it's important that you know that this year's Water Summit is June 5 and 6. Attendance is free to county residents and it's available. You can register online and just enter your county zip code when you see the apply discount code and you'll be admitted free. I've been working with Santa Fe building code since 2009. I saw what was happening with the HERS rating and its development, so I started getting involved. I'm a HERS, WERS, LEED, Energy Star, WaterSense, and Passive House certified verifier. Those also all overlap each other, so it's not like I did a lot of extra work. I'm also certified by the International Code Council as an IECC residential energy inspector plan examiner. And I was actually on the committee that developed the original Santa Fe building, residential green building code, which is based on the National Green Building Standard at that time. I just want to kind of go over a quick history of what we have been going through. It's just a short context of the history, so we're all on the same page. The city passed a resolution in 2006 to reduce its carbon footprint. And following on that, in 2009, the city adopted by ordinance the Santa Fe Residential Green Building Code. This is Chapter 7, Sections 1, Section 741 and Section 742. This is separate from the Land Use Code, which is Chapter 14, that's currently under review. It's a separate chapter. This code was actually at that time based on the National Green Building Standard. The National Green Building Standard is similar to a LEED certification for those not familiar with it. It was developed by the National Association of Home Builders, sort of as a challenge to the LEED program. But it was also a program that is used for energy and minerals sustainable building tax credit, along with one that's similar to it called Bill Green, New Mexico, if you're familiar with those tax credits. The NGBC standard categories you see here are for their compliance, and we based ours on that. And it's based on a point system. And chapters, you don't see chapters 1 through 4 because they were administrative and were not incorporated in the code. This program introduced the HERS rating. Is everybody familiar with the HERS rating? Home Energy Rating System. For the energy compliance, the HERS is an index that compares the designed home to home build in 2006 IECC, the International Energy Conservation Code, and it equals 100. So anything lower than 100 means you're better. So the 2009 ordinance required a home to have a HERS score of 70, which technically would be 30% better than the reference home. In other words, the index lower is better. The history of that, in 2014, we added the residential addition and remodeling green building code. It was also based on the National Green Building Standard. And there's 2 more chapters, it's chapter 11 and 12. And we basically just adopted those programs and incorporated into the city green code. In 21, the code was amended again. The NGBC was dropped from the code and streamlined to focus on 3 areas, just energy, water, and environment. The green addition remodel code was not changed, and it was still based on the National Green Building Standard. By making this adoption, the third-party verification limited the city's need to maintain a QA/QC process and staff for code compliance under the older code, and this allowed them to use third-party verifiers. For energy compliance, this is the HERS rating, or the Home Energy Rating System. The HERS is overseen by ResNet, or the Residential Energy Services Network, and they provide the QA/QC process, which eliminates that responsibility for the city. ResNet itself is involved as an important participant in the code. They developed the standard in the code for how we do a blower door test and how we do duct tests and other compliance documents that are available in the International Energy Conservation Code. For water in this new code was the adoption of the WERS. The WERS is the Water Energy Efficiency Score, and it's overseen by the Green Building Coalition. The WERS was actually developed by Santa Fe and is, as I've said earlier, is now recognized in other jurisdictions. It's also recognized by EPA as a home certifying organization. That's organization. If you're one of those organizations, that means you can certify homes for water sense for that home. For the environmental part, the HERS provides some of the verification process, but the balance of that part of the code falls upon the code official. An example would be radon mitigation. Okay. So the state of New Mexico updated their codes in 2024 and adopted the 2021 IECC. If you're familiar with IECC, that's the International Energy Conservation Code, and they amended it to some degree. Santa Fe is currently following that code as required. We are actually officially going to adopt it in this new ordinance, which is a standard process, but we are on that code now. We're just amending the Santa Fe Residential Green Building Code and the Remodel Code to update it along with this new code at the state. The state also adopted mechanical, plumbing, and electrical codes, but they did that the year before. So our directive as a committee was first, of course, is to meet the current New Mexico codes, the 2021 code cycle. And the big change that we were asked to do is to incorporate multifamily as well as just the residential homes that you're familiar with. We were also to update the residential green building codes by increasing energy and also increasing water efficiency. And we were to update the addition remodel code. In this particular proposed code, we are actually eliminating the NGBC checklist that we've been using for some time and adopting a similar type of a process for additions and remodels. This actually is something that probably impacts historic more than any other section, because a lot of the historic work we do is an addition or remodel in a historic area. Okay. The team actually developed some directives or some items and goals they wanted to meet. First, of course, is to meet the directive. The other one was to simplify and organize these Santa Fe Green Code structure. It was sort of like hodgepodge, and there were like water was in with energy and environmental was in with energy, and it was kind of not organized. We also wanted to eliminate redundancy. There's sometimes a tendency for people to rewrite what's already been written, and we wanted to find those parts of the code and eliminate them and just let them be referenced in an existing code or ANSI standard or what other standard there might be. And then the last part was to streamline the permit, the certifying, the permit and the certificate of occupancy documents. What we did is, as a team, as we went through the documents they are collecting now and saw a lot of redundancy in documents that were unneeded, that were stated in other documents, and we're trying to streamline it down to just a few documents that are needed. So the first part of that directive was to adopt the New Mexico codes, and we've done that with this new proposed ordinance. And then the next one was to simplify the code structure. So what you can see is the code structure on the left-hand side there, and it was sort of like just things sort of thrown out there, and a lot of things were repetitive. You can see where it says purpose and applicability, relationship to other codes and administration. A lot of those were repetitive. So in the new code, we reorganized that. And so a lot of these items that are stated more than once have been moved into general provisions. And that's now organized in that format. So how about historic buildings? Well, historic buildings are actually covered in the IBC. That's the, by definition, sort of the residential part of the building code, but it applies to, or the commercial building code, but it applies to residential in some parts. It carries some of the definitions that we need. The IRC is the residential code. The other code that was been adopted was the existing building code. And then there's specific language in the IECC. All of these codes address historic and basically provide for exceptions so that you are not required to always meet the code. So everything in the IECC identifies historic as an issue. In New Mexico, they also have a special code for historic earthen buildings. So in Santa Fe, the exception is there as well. It's not listed as historic, it's listed as overlay districts. So in other words, we're giving land use a little bit more authority, so when they need to make an adjustment to the green code because of an overlay district issue, they have some flexibility. So you can see here's where they've got the exception for the overlay districts is now up in the general provisions section. It's a function of relationship to other codes. Here's what that actually says, that exception. It says structures located in an overlay district, which in this case would be historic, where it can be demonstrated that strict compliance cannot be achieved without exception. So that's where this allows you to have exception. Again, example would be like if they had to repair the ceiling, but they could not raise the ceiling and the top of the roof because they're in a historic area, they would not be able to meet code. They would maybe not have enough room in the attic to put enough insulation in. So this allows the administrator to say, okay, you're exempt from that part of the green code. You won't have to do that. You won't have to meet the IECC part because it has that exception. You wouldn't have to meet the IRC part because that has that exception, etc. So then the first section of the actual code itself, this is the part that is the actual residential green building code. The other part is called the addition remodel code, which looks just like what you see on the right-hand side. So once we get into the code, there's requirements for energy, there's requirements for water, there's a requirement for environmental, and then finally, there's a documents section so that the builder can, or the owner can look and see specifically what they have to do in order to be in compliance. So the way the code was before is you look on the right-hand side, you can see energy, there was water, then all of a sudden there was air sealing, duct insulation, water conservation, ventilation, radon, etc. And we streamlined that to put them in categories so a user can go to specifically the energy section and know what their responsibilities are. They can do the same with water, and they can do the same with environmental. So that code compliance document is now part of the code. And it basically looks something like this, just shows the builder exactly what they have to bring into us and at the city in order to be in compliance for either a permit or a certificate of occupancy. And in case of historic, there would be exceptions that would be designated by the inspector that does the plan review. That document just comes right out of the ordinance. And so the next step was to incorporate the multifamily, and I was going to ask Doug to start from here if he's online.
Yes, I'm online if you can hear me.
Yeah.
Hi, Steve, you'll have to switch the slides. First of all, thank you for allowing us to present this green building update. It's been many years in the updating process, and we're getting to the final stages. We've had 4 or 5 public input sessions. So we've gotten input from the builders and the community. And so we're getting ready to finalize this code. So it's really nice to be close to getting this wrapped up. As Steve mentioned, multifamily is part of it. It was one of the things that had been left out of prior code. And of course, we have a lot of multifamily going on in Santa Fe. So there was a lot of pushback from citizens on, what are we having these multifamily units do to make sure that they're fitting in with the proper environment within Santa Fe. So we have included them, and at high level, they are basically following the same structure as new construction. So they're going to have an energy, a water, and an environmental. So the sections look exactly the same. And it is very clear in the code now that it's multifamily is included in all multifamily. So the R2, R3, and R4. We have made it to any height above grade plane, as Steve has highlighted there. So that's just broadening the definition. We do have height restrictions, as we all know, on the city. So we want to be very clear because your energy requirement, your energy footprint, your water footprint is not affected by the height of the building. So we want to make sure that is not an area of oversight or conflict in looking at the code. Steve, next. So as I mentioned, this will be new. So this for builders in the multifamily, we have had one session dedicated to the multifamily. There is a prescriptive path that they can do. There's also the HERS path and WERS path, greenhouse gas emissions. So as Steve mentioned, there is an energy rating that the builder has to meet in order to get their permit as well as their certificate of occupancy. The same is true on a multifamily, and the number is actually the same. So 60 to 55. There is a greenhouse report. Next. On the water side, we see the same thing. They'll have a requirement. And on the water side, we did some modeling on the impact of this 70 to 65, both on the single family. It is most of the hundreds of homes that have been built over since we've adopted WERS are already meeting or very close to 67, 66. So getting to 65 is not going to be an issue. All the new family residential builders have been following this code for years, so they're familiar with the process. We have added two things in the multifamily that are not in the residential. One is the tool that's called the Peak Water Demand Calculator. And this is for your larger multifamily, which is going to have a professional engineering stamp. This is an alternative design path for them to use on pipe sizing, which in larger complexes will save them money on materials, but as importantly, will also reduce their water usage because it reduces the amount of wastewater, wasted cold water as we get into moving from cold water to hot water. So there's a waste, what we call water waste cycle there. This reduces that wastage. So by going to the demand calculator, they are able to reduce their costs as well as reduce their water footprint in the multifamily. We've done that in the multifamily first because it's where the biggest impact is versus in residential. There are other cities that are taking this and applying it to single family, but we felt multifamily is where the biggest impact, both the cost savings and a water savings is. This is an IAPMO plumbing code specification. So it is actually in the code that we have adopted as a state, and we're just making it a requirement on the multifamily side. The other requirement is dedicated water irrigation meters for units that are 10 above. That will split out their water lines. So specifically start knowing how much irrigation water is being used in some of our larger complexes. A lot of cities, a lot of states, California, Texas, are already mandating separate irrigation meters. We're again starting in the multifamily because we think that's going to be where the largest impact's going to be. Next. So as you can imagine, in the multifamily, there's some additional issues because of the shared dwelling. We do require some ventilation the requirements that are not in the code. So in this case, exhaust greater than 400 cubic feet per minute, they have to have makeup air requirement. So these are the types of things that are in the multifamily that would not be in the new family.
And actually, Doug, all of this is also in the regular as single family homes too.
Okay. So then we have the next garage. This is radon, no change. Steve, can you talk about the garage? This is in the.
Yeah, so the garage ventilation is primarily in single family residence.
Single family, right?
It would apply to a multifamily if the multifamily had a garage facility underneath the building. And whenever the garage, whether it's a single family or if it's a multifamily, is attached to the unit, then you have a pretty high exhaust issue that you're inducing into the living space, because A lot of times the way that they're doing the mechanical ventilation is by exhaust only. And when you have an exhaust only ventilation system, you create negative pressure. And that means when they open the door, whether it's a multifamily building or if it's your single family residence, everything that's in that garage that's created by chemicals as well as the exhaust from the car gets sucked into the house. This is a common thing in the National Green Building Standard and in LEED, and we've adopted it here. Go ahead.
Okay, sound. Next. So another one that we want to be very clear on is sound transmission because it's a big issue in multifamily. It is a requirement by code, but we're calling it out to make sure the builders understand there is a code requirement in the IRC and the IBC. Last thing is and that would, it's going to mostly affect multifamily, not single family. Then documentation, labeling, making sure that they have the as-built plans submitted when they're doing it, not just the as-designed plans, and that they have access to the building utility disconnects, which has been a problem in some cases. Now, the area that is, we have had a green building code for remodels. It's been a checklist format. We are now moving into the same format that we've had in the past for new construction and multifamily. So it's going to be very similar. You're going to see it's going to be energy, water, and environmental. So the builders will, once they familiarize themselves, they're not going to have to go back and look at other checklists in other codes. It will all be within this code. Steve?
Oh, I don't know what's going on here.
No worries. So again, the same general outline that we've seen in the other ones. It is probably most important. We spent a lot of time with the team on talking about where this is going to take effect. I think it's very important to understand where it is going to affect a functional structure. In this case, a bathroom, a kitchen, a utility room, a mechanical room, which would then be affected by either energy, water, or the environmental. It's going to have to follow the code. And we also have the switching of units, as you all are familiar with, where we're taking a garage and converting it to a usable, livable space. So that's going to now be covered under this. And it's spelled out when these are going to apply. Most of these are internal to the structure. So we're going to have the where we're talking about adding a bathroom, it's, we're looking at the fixtures in the bathroom. Where they're adding a kitchen, they're going to be looking at the fixture inside the house. So most of what we're talking about here is inside the building space. So again, restating the codes that are currently in effect, which would be the IECC, it requires that the building shall be code compliant. So they can't go, just because they're adding a functional unit, they can't downgrade the building materials. They have to use the same building materials as if they were building a brand new structure. If they're replacing an Energy Star fixture, furnace, then they have to upgrade it to the latest Energy Star. There is an exemption here in the case where that upgrade is not possible because of the building type. An example would be they're replacing a furnace. It's inside the middle of the building. They can't do the proper ventilation. So there would be a way of getting around some of those areas where we have older structures and they're not able to do some of the upgrades to an Energy Star type appliance. So there is, in the new code, the land use director has the ability to give them an exception in those cases. We are bringing the remodels, new remodels where they're touching a physical, functional area. We are having them upgrade to WaterSense or WaterSense equivalent type fixtures. Again, that will be in your bathrooms and your kitchens primarily, where they'll have to use new ones. We're giving them a list of gallons per minute or gallons per flush of the types of fixtures. The remodeler, if the functional unit is large and they want to do something that's outside the WaterSense pathway, they're able to do a total WERS on the total structure and be compliant. That gives them some functionality. So we've got a large shower. They want to put in a multi-rain head. That would not be compliant with WaterSense. The WERS path allows them to then look at the whole house structure. They may have to do some landscaping upgrades to get to the WERS number, but allows them to put in the fixture that they desire. Costs them a little bit more to do the entire WERS, but if they really want that dual shower head, they'll be able to have it. They just have to make it up either by doing rainwater catchment. They'll have to do it by irrigation changes, landscape changes. It's the same we do on new construction. It gives the builder and the homeowner the flexibility to do some things that they really desire. They're just going to have to make up for that water use in another area, so they're not exceeding their water number. With remodels, again, we're looking at the environmental efficiency. Kitchen exhausts require the makeup air. Radon mitigation is required. The testing is required, so all parties are aware we don't have a radon level in our current code, nor will we in the future, but it is a requirement to get it tested and that the homeowner is aware of what the radon level is. So that is the update for what's going into the new code. Do we have questions? I know it's a lot of material.
I would like to thank both of you for this presentation. It's obvious that the Green Building Code covers a lot of ground, a lot of different areas. And, but in the long run, I believe it is good for the homeowner, it's good for the environment, and it's good for the community for us to be up to date in reference to Green Building Code areas, whatever it covers. And I was wondering, like, I live in an old house. I guess I could contact somebody, and boy, it would probably cost a lot of money because they'd have to upgrade this, that, and the other. And I suppose during this presentation that many of you were thinking, oh God, another hurdle to have to jump. But I think in the long run, as I said, it's important because I think there's also a safety factor. Many things that were presented this evening are related to safety and betterment for the environment, which obviously affects all of us. Board members, do any of you have any questions or comments?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Thank you. Could someone briefly elaborate on the decision regarding radon? It used to be such a huge issue. And I guess I'd be comforted to know that we can not require it be addressed, but be aware of it. What is the change there? Thank you.
There's actually no change. The requirement for radon mitigation in new construction is still the same. The thing of it is that there was never a radon requirement in remodeling and additions. And it's pretty difficult to really mitigate the radon for the addition of like a 300 square foot bathroom. So what we did there is we said, we don't have a radon requirement, but we're going to require you to run that radon test and you're to provide it to the homeowner and the builder so they can make an intelligent decision as to whether they need to do mitigation.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? It appears not. Thank you again.
Excuse me,
Yes.
can I-
Heather.
this is Doug Pritchard.
Yes.
To your point, I do want to point out for those in attendance that the city of Santa Fe does give rebates on remodels. So they have for your older home that you mentioned. Christine Chavez would be, or staff would be more than happy to meet with you and talk about the rebates eligible, because it is not all at your own cost. The city, for on the remodel side, we do give rebates for swapping out your toilets, your kitchen fixtures, your shower fixtures. So there are rebates available to make it less painful and save water.
Thank you very much. Heather?
Thank you, Chair Rios. With reference to the, maybe Steve or Doug can answer this question, but what are the most typical things that you would find with historic buildings? I know that there, for instance, if a window can't be replaced because we're preserving it for historic preservation purposes, the building official with all of these components of the Green Building Code can also be an ultimate authority on determining whether or not this has to occur. Is that correct?
Correct.
So when it comes to a perceived conflict or a potential conflict relative to the Historic Districts Ordinance and the Green Building Code, there's still opportunity for dialogue. And the nice thing is that there's also opportunity to be creative when it comes to historic buildings on how those can be become more sustainable as they're remodeled.
Thank you. Thank you for that info. Anyone else? We will move on to the next item, which is an informational session in reference to 515 Paseo de Plata. And who will be presenting?
Madam, that was postponed.
Oh, that is postponed. Okay. Postponed, then we have nothing under old business, and we have 5 cases under new business. And the first case is the address is 234 Irvine. And is that applicant here? Lanny, is the applicant here?
Sorry, the applicant should be on Zoom.
And I do want to say that if you are a person that is not related to the case and you want to speak, you will have a 2-minute limit, and Mariah will help me with that. And also, if you disagree with the decision that this board renders this evening, you do have the option to appeal, and that would be to the city council. And staff can guide you in that process because there are time constraints.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, board members and staff, when we speak, remember to turn on your mic so we can all hear each other.
So Ms. Greenberg, I saw that you were unmuted, but as soon as Lenny makes her presentation, then you'll have the opportunity to speak. And I've just allowed you to speak early.
Okay, can you put the presentation up for me? Thank you. This is case 2025-10295 HDRB for 234 Irvine Street for a status review with a request for a downgrade on status on one of the buildings. The city map of historic properties lists the single-family residence and accessory structure as contributing to the West Side Guadalupe Historic District. No primary facades on either structure have been designated. The yard wall has not been assigned a historic status. The 1,700 square foot main residence was constructed prior to 1928 of adobe with a hip roof. The house features deep inset wood windows with the exception of 4, which are clad aluminum and metal. According to the 2025 HCPI, several of the windows appear to have been repaired with non-historic components and many windows contain lead lozenge decor in the upper sashes. The rear or west facade features a recent porch addition. Sometime after 1978, the original rear porch was enclosed and extended west off of the back of the house. Other modifications to the main residence include a mechanical room addition on the north elevation, as well as a recent porch mudroom addition, all of which were established after 1978. A distinctive characteristic of the historic front porch was the construction of brick columns, which has been found in other parts of Santa Fe, including the significant structures at 718 and 721 Old Santa Fe Trail, which were constructed roughly at the same time as the subject property. The accessory structure was constructed of concrete masonry units sometime after 1935 and was converted to a dwelling units in 1980. In 2019, the carport was enclosed and extended, which was done without the requisite permits and resulted in a red tag violation. The building features modern glass doors, newer windows in the carport section, and a low pitch gable on the west side. The carport addition is the subject of case H10006, which was approved for a 572 square foot carport with a height of 11 feet on the non-contributing shed structure. Since 2010, there have been no cases for the property, with the exception of the 2019 case initiated due to the red tag violation. That case in 2019 included submittal documents for enclosing the carport, installing skylights, and constructing a gate. It did not proceed to the HDRB, and as a result, the 2019 violation remains unresolved, and much of the work on the property was done without building permits. The property has an eastern street frontage yard wall that was constructed of concrete blocks sometime prior to 1985. While the exact date is unknown, the yard wall was raised to a varying height of 68 to 90 inches. The yard wall features a rounded gate arch and window openings. The yard wall is non-contributing due to age. Additionally, on the west property line, there is a latia fence on low rock foundation, which was constructed after 1978. As of 2025, the unpermitted work on the property includes the following modifications: installation of the shed at the southwest corner, enclosure of the accessory structure carport, subject of the 2019 red tag, construction of a porch on the west side of the contributing house between 2008 and 2014, the enclosed porch area on the west side of the house, which shows as a porch in the 1985 HCPI, the second enclosed porch on the west side of the house, added and enclosed after the 1985 HCPI, alterations to the front porch area on the east facade. That's the brick with the shed roof in 1985 HCPI and wood frame in 2007. An addition enclosed porch on the north elevation, connection between the two residences of Unit A, according to the 2010 drawing, and increase of the wall height. Sorry, doesn't want to change slides on me here. Please note that per section 14-5.2C2F, if a property owner makes changes to a structure without the proper city approvals, which result in the lowering of the structure status, staff or the board may require the property owner to restore the structure such that its former status is restored. The following 3 slides will show the growth of the property over time. The applicant currently is requesting a status review with primary facade designation for the residence, a downgrade from contributing to non-contributing for the accessory dwelling structure, and a status review for the street frontage yard wall. Staff is recommending the main residence be retained as contributing. While the structure has been modified and altered over the years, several of its distinctive historic properties are preserved, particularly on the north, east, and south facades. Per the HCPI, the property is part of the late 19th century or 1887 Irvine addition, which was the first subdivision on the west side of Santa Fe. The core of the residence remains distinctive, particularly the inset windows and the pitched hip roof on the adobe structure. Staff recommends the primary facades as the northeast and south facades, facades 5, 6, and 7, which hold the original footprint of the residence, the inset wood windows with lead lozenge patterns, and the original roof line of the building, with the exceptions of the non-historic doors and windows and the non-historic east elevation portal. The designation record of the accessory structure is inconsistent. Staff recommends downgrading or designating its status as non-contributing. Although the accessory dwelling structure was 50 years old at the time of the 2010 case, it was listed as non-contributing then. Currently, it is listed as contributing on the city's map, but there has been no additional status review since 2010, and staff cannot identify why it is listed on the map as contributing. Based on the findings in the 2010 case, extensive alterations, little historic value, and because the enclosure of the 578 square foot carport on the 624 square foot structure was based off the non-contributing status in 2010, staff recommends that the accessory dwelling unit be officially designated as non-contributing. And staff recommends the yard wall be designated as non-contributing due to its age. In summary, staff recommends the historic status of the residence be retained as contributing, primary facades designated as the northeast and south on this map as facades 5, 6, and 7. While some of the modifications have been made, these 3 facades hold the original footprint and historic details of the residence, including the inset wood windows with lead lozenge patterns and the original roof line of the building. Staff recommends excluding the non-historic doors and windows and the non-historic east elevation porch from that designation. Staff recommends that the accessory structure be designated or downgraded to non-contributing. There are inconsistencies in its designation record, and in the 2010 case file, the accessory structure is listed as non-contributing, while the map shows it as contributing. Staff could not identify any case files to support the contributing designation, so staff also recommends that the yard wall be designated as non-contributing due to age per section 14-5.2C2, designation of significant contributing, non-contributing status within historic districts. I stand for questions.
Thank you, Lanny, for your presentation. You are indicating that the only primary facade is the south facade? Is that what I heard?
No. So on this map, it's facades 5, 6, and 7, which includes the south, the north, and the east.
Okay. And also, the wall you indicated is not historic, correct?
Correct.
And also the porch is not historic?
Correct.
And then you mentioned other things within the home that you are, the main home, that some windows or some portions of windows are not historic.
Correct.
Right. Any other questions or clarifications, board members? No? Applicant, the applicant will have to get sworn in.
Ms. Greenberg, you may unmute and please state your name and address for the record and be ready to be sworn.
It's Samantha Greenberg, address 234 Irvine Street.
Do you solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you have in reference to this item shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, and do this under the penalties of perjury?
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. She's been sworn.
Thank you. Good evening, Ms. Greenberg. Do you agree with staff's recommendations?
I do.
Okay. And do you have anything further to add?
I do not.
And Board members, do you have any questions for the applicant? There are no questions for you at this time. And I'm wondering if anyone from the public, anyone in this room wishing to come forward and comment about this case? We have one person coming up and you will need to get sworn in.
Okay. Okay. All right. Okay.
Hello, can you please raise your right hand, state your name and address for the record?
Okay, my name is Norma Montoya and I live at 102 Entrada La Cienega.
Do you solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you have in reference to this item shall be the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
And, sorry, and do this under the penalties of perjury?
Okay, yes.
Thank you. Madam Chair, she's been sworn in.
Yes, Ms. Montoya.
Okay, the only thing I have to say is that I'm an owner at 233 Irvine Street. And I just wanted to know what effects I would have like in value, like if on my house, whatever gets, what decision comes out of tonight. So, because I'm not understanding exactly contributing and not contributing. And like, is the values, will they go down? Do they stay what they are at this point? And what would happen like to my property? Whatever happens with her property, what effects I would have? That's my question.
Well, I would say right offhand that in reference to property values, that is something that this board does not address. We do not have jurisdiction for that. But I will just say this as an aside. Anytime that somebody improves their property, it'll probably go up in price.
Yeah, because that's the part I'm not understanding, if that property is going up in price or is it coming down in price?
Well,
like if it's contributing.
This evening, they are just, this evening, they are not going to make any improvements. It's staying, they came for a status review. And if you heard all the discussion that took place, that's what a status review is all about. And right now, they are not asking for any types of improvements or remodeling on the property.
So that's so far then, like there's no effects like to my property, whatever happens here,
Nothing at
I'm
this
okay.
point, but
Okay.
just stay in touch with the agenda that is online, because oftentimes when people come for a status review, oftentimes the next step is that they might want to improve their property in some way or add something.
Okay.
So,
all right. Thank you.
Did we answer your question?
Yes. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Anybody else? No. Anyone online?
Yes, Chair Rios, Stephanie Beninato. Stephanie, please state your name and address for the records and be ready to be sworn.
Beninato, PO Box 1601, Santa Fe.
Do you solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you have in reference to this item shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, and do this under the penalties of perjury?
Yes.
Thank you. Madam Chair, she's been sworn in.
I again find it unfortunate that people get to add on and don't do permits, and there's no consequence for that. I believe that the house has been, at least on the west side, greatly altered because of this failure to follow code. And the fact that there's an outstanding violation from 2019 without any consequence by the city, taking them to court, et cetera, is troubling to me, because the city does not treat people equally in terms of notice of violations. I support staff's recommendation of the 3 facades being primary and the house staying contributing. I do wonder if some part of the wall existed before it was raised up to 90 inches. And I wonder what the actual average height of a wall is in that area. And just to address Ms. Montoya's question a little bit, I think it depends on whether you think having a historic designation makes your property more or less valuable. Some people might think it's a burden, other people are willing and eager to have that kind of designation. And also, as the board knows, it only is looking at this one particular property. It's not addressing every property on the street. So whatever happens to this property is unique to this property and really doesn't affect anybody else's property necessarily. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else on Zoom?
No, Chair Rios.
If there's no further discussion, board members, I will entertain a motion. Somebody ready to make a motion?
I can make a motion.
Yes, Mr. Jerry.
In case 2025-010295 HDRB, 234 Irvin Street, was Guadalupe Historic District. I would make a motion that per staff's recommendation, the residents with facades 5, 6, and 7 retain its designation as contributing, and that the accessory structure be downgraded to non-contributing.
Second.
Along with the that the non-historic components on those facades not be contributing.
Is there a second to this motion?
Dagnan.
And is there anything further to add? Did you want to address the wall? And did you want to address the porch is it contributing, or is it part of the contributing or not?
As part of the motion, I would designate the porch and the wall as non-contributing.
Okay. Anything further to add, board members?
No.
If not, may we have a roll call vote?
Vice Chair Bienvenu,
Yes.
Member Mather,
Yes.
Member Cherry,
Yes.
Member Dagnan,
Yes.
Member Beecher.
Yes.
Madam Chair, the motion has passed.
Thank you very much. And thank you, applicant and Lanny. Next case, it's also Lanny's, and it's located at 345 Garcia Street. Is that applicant here? And the applicant is here. Lanny, you have the floor.
Okay, this is case 2025-10293 HDRB for 345 Garcia Street for a remodel with new construction. The single-family residence is listed as contributing to the downtown and east side historic district. The accessory structure is listed as non-contributing and was approved for demolition on May 13th. The front yard wall is designated contributing. In the November 26th hearing, the board retained the contributing status of the residence, designating the west elevation and the northeast corner, specifically the area around the chimney, as the primary facades. They downgraded the status of the accessory dwelling unit and associated carport to non-contributing and designated the street front yard wall as contributing. On May 13th, the board approved the demolition of the accessory dwelling unit and associated carport. Likely constructed in the early 1930s, the Pueblo Revival style main residence is 2,637 square feet and evolved over time as it is constructed of adobe, concrete block, and wood frame. According to the 2024 HCPI, there were significant changes to the structure circa 1987, including replacement of all the windows and doors, the installation of the bay windows on the north facade, the introduction of new openings and closures of old openings, replacement of the territorial type pediment trim, raising of the ceiling, roof, and parapets at the back of the house, alteration of the former carport fenestration, change of the front or west wall at the vehicular entrance, a pedestrian entry, and possibly other points of fenestration. The Historic Preservation Division does not have the 1987 case file and cannot verify the full extent of the alterations. However, photographs from the 1987 case were retained and attached to the 1984 HCPI which is in your packet. The accessory structure in the southeast corner was approved for demolition. I said that already. Let's see, the tall street wall partially serving as a retaining wall crosses the front of the property. The base is retaining and is constructed of stone. The remaining portion of the wall is stuccoed, and the full height is about 53 inches. Near the center is an arched opening at the pedestrian gate. The area of the gate was previously a parking space in the 1950s and 1960s, according to aerial photographs. The current driveway and pedestrian entrance were constructed by 1973 and is historic at over 50 years of age. The second portion of the wall connects to the front wall in the northwest corner and extends east. It is about 39 inches in height and in areas shows several layers of plaster work. The applicant proposes the following exterior alterations on the main residence. That is to infill a window on the west elevation primary facade. An exception is requested to 14-5.2 D5A3 to infill a window on a primary facade. This window is not original to the structure and may sit in the space of a previous infilled door, according to the 2024 HCPI. They'd like to enlarge the existing 382 square foot southern portal to 621 square feet. An exception is requested to section 14.5.2 D2D to enlarge the portal within 10 feet of the primary facade. Construct a 108 square foot portal on the southeast facade. Replace all windows with aluminum clad simulated wood windows with a white finish. The existing windows are not historic. The windows were replaced in 1987. The window replacement will consist of reconfiguring some openings, including replacing a window with a door on the south elevation of the courtyard under the proposed portal, enlarging the bay window openings, and creating two doors with a window on the north elevation. Create a window to the south of the door on the east elevation under the new portal. Staff notes that the bay window is from the 1980s remodel and is not original to the house. Construct two exterior fireplaces with one at each of the two portals. Install exterior lighting, stucco in cement stucco buckskin, and paint the trim in white. And on the lot, they propose to construct a freestanding 436 square foot guest house with garage to a height of 10 feet, where the maximum allowable is 15 feet 5 inches in the recent Santa Fe style. This will be located where the existing guest house and carport are located. Those are the ones that are coming down. Construct a 481 square foot carport to a height of 10 feet where the maximum is still 15.5, and alter the layout of the driveway, resulting in a realignment of the fence and removal of 2 linear feet of the contributing wall. An exception is requested to section 14-5.2 D1A for removing part of the historically contributing wall. Staff's analysis of the proposed project identified 3 exceptions to the design standards of the historic district's overlay. The following recommendations summarize the staff's analysis of the exception request for each request. For section 14-5.2 D5A3, no existing openings shall be closed. For the proposed closing of the north-facing window on the west primary elevation, staff finds that the criteria have been met and recommends approval of the exception request. For section 14-5.2 D2D, additions are not permitted up to the side of the existing footprint unless the addition is set back a minimum of 10 feet from the primary facade. To the extent architecturally practicable, new additions shall be attached to any existing non-contributing portion of structure instead of attaching them to the significant or contributing portion. For the proposed extension of the South Portal, staff finds that the exception criteria have not been met and recommends denial of the exception. For section 14-5.2D1A, the status of a significant contributing landmark structure shall be retained and preserved. If a proposed alteration will cause a structure to lose its significant contributing or landmark status, the application shall be denied. The removal of historic materials or alteration of architectural features and spaces that embody the status shall be prohibited. This is for the removal of 2 linear feet from the contributing yard wall. Staff finds that the criteria have been met and recommends approval of the exception request. Staff also recommends approval of the other elements of the application that do not require exceptions, as they comply with 14-5.2D, general design standards for all historic districts, and 14-5.2E, downtown and east side design standards. While we were on the field trip today, it was requested that I share the facade diagram, which is usually included in the presentations and packets for status reviews. For some reason, I managed to take that to the board without one. So there's not one to share tonight. However, I am sharing the motion as it was given in the minutes from the hearing and sharing the comment from the HCPI. So Member Bienvenue moved that in case number 2024-9369 at 345 Garcia Street for the reasons stated on the record earlier. The historic status of the main residential structure be maintained as contributing with the west elevation and northwest corner, the area around the chimney as the primary facades as recommended in the HCPI. According to the HCPI, if the board decides to maintain its contributing status, the recommendation is to designate the west elevation and the northwest corner, the area around the chimney, as the primary facades. I stand for questions.
Thank you. Clarification, the windows and doors that are being proposed to be replaced, are those non-historic windows and doors?
Yes, they are all non-historic. There's not a historic window on the property.
Thank you. Other questions or anything that you need clarified? Member Bienvenue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Lanny, for the presentation. So even though there are quite a few things being brought before us tonight, it sounds like staff is generally in agreement with all the requests except for one, and that is with respect to the portal removal and reconstruction in a different configuration. Is that accurate?
Yes, the portal would be changing size.
Okay. And so coming back, and if I understand correctly, the entire portal that is on the south facade is that there are various proposals. The first proposal that came before us in the packet was that would be entirely removed and rebuilt. Is that fair to say?
It's technically being repaired. The entire structure is not coming down. It's being reconfigured for better water flow.
Okay, so are you saying that the vigas and the posts will all remain as they are today?
Parts of those are being replaced.
Okay. All right, and if the west elevation is the primary facade, that actually would appear to include the west side of the portal. Is that fair to say too?
Yes, you did bring that up in the field trip this morning. It does seem like that would be part of the primary facade, yes.
Because on the west facade, the the parapet of the portal is actually stuccoed and blends in with the entire elevation on that side of the house, right?
Yes.
Okay, so I guess the way I would look at it then is this is not just an addition within, or proposed addition within 10 feet of a primary facade, but actually on the primary facade.
That
Right?
could be accurate, yes.
Okay, except for the alternative plan, which may allow part of that facade to remain, but then have a 10 feet setback and then an additional 2 feet towards the south being built out. Is that the concept as you understand it?
Yes, as I understand it, the first 10 feet of the portal would be retained in its current configuration, and then the remaining length of it would be widened.
Okay. So the staff report focused rightfully, I think, on the most obvious aspect of what is an issue here with the portal, which is the 10-foot rule. But it seems to me that there's some additional issues where this proposal would violate the code provisions. One is the provision that you mentioned, which is found in D1A, that the removal of historic materials or alteration of architectural features and spaces that embody the status which here is contributing shall be prohibited. Would you agree that this proposal would alter the spaces and architectural features that embody the status of contributing for this particular structure?
If it gets changed, yes. If
Okay.
it stays as it's built, no.
And the other provision that I think is in play here is D5B, which states that for all facades of significant contributing and landmark structures, architectural features, finishes, and details other than doors and windows shall be repaired rather than replaced. That seems to me that that would also apply in this case, would it not?
Yes.
Okay, so that would also require an exception in my mind. Okay, so that's all I have. I just wanted to be clear on what we need to decide, and I do agree with staff's recommendations. Thank you.
Lanny, would you indicate to us what's the depth of the existing portal and what is the depth of the proposed portal?
It's currently 8 feet. They'd be extending it 2 feet to 10 feet.
Say again?
It's currently 8 feet.
8 feet, and they want to extend it 2 feet to
yes.
make it 10 feet,
Correct.
Okay. And in reference to the removal of a portion of the historic wall, can you tell us in feet or width, in dimensions, measurements, what they want to remove?
Yeah, so on the right-hand side of the driveway, when you're entering, there is that one section of the wall. Let me see if I can find the photo. Kind of shows off on the far right here in the 1966 to 1973 portion of the wall. They're going to be just removing 2 feet of that wall in order to widen the entry for the driveway.
Any other questions, board members, at this time? No, Gayla? You'll come forward and get sworn in?
Hello. Can you please state your name and address for the record?
Gayla Bechtel, 320 Aztec Street.
Do you solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you have in reference to this item shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, and do this under the penalties of perjury?
I do.
Thank you, Madam Chair. She's been sworn in.
Thank you.
Good
Gayla, what
evening.
do you have to tell us? And by the way, thank you very much for, I don't know if you did it or the owners did it, but we have the drawings on
Yes,
display.
That was,
We have the existing and the proposed, which I felt was very helpful. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. I have a presentation, but I'd like to address Member Bienvenue's expansion of contributing status or the contributing facade. This is the first I've heard of the portal itself being part of the west elevation. During the meeting, we were always talking about just the building's west elevation in the northwest because the portal was added much later. So it's brand new to me, and my presentation is not addressing the fact, or even my design is not addressing that the west side of the portal is contributing. I think this is an overreach, or I don't even know what the word is, based on the discussions that we had whenever that was, in November of last year. So with that in mind, I would like to appreciate Lanny's staff report. It was very clear, and I so appreciate your recommendations as well. We have requested the 3 exceptions, now maybe 5 exceptions, 3 of which I'm prepared to speak to. The first one is to infill the window on the primary facade, which again is a perpendicular to what was actually designated as the primary facade, but it's within range. We agree with staff's recommendation and the rationale for granting this exception. As restated, all the windows were replaced in 1987 and are non-historic. And as stated, it does not match the other windows. And as it is not original to the structure, nor is it historic, therefore it will not damage the streetscape to remove this window. The next proposal is to remove the 2 feet of the contributing yard wall at the driveway. I'm sure you noticed today how unsafe it could be. The current wall opening onto Garcia is quite narrow, the 3rd narrowest driveway on Garcia right now. Removing 2 feet of that yard wall will substantially enhance the safety of backing into traffic on Garcia Street. They'll still be backing into traffic, but it'll be better. And as evidenced by the Higbee and staff reports, the wall and its openings have had many changes over time. So we agree with the conclusion that the exception criteria have been met. This design minimizes the impact on the neighborhood and the district as designed. It helps with safety, with ingress and egress of the property, therefore decreasing risk of injury to the applicant, other vehicles, and pedestrians. I would now like to speak to the enlarging the portal. It's actually 12 feet, not 10 feet that we are requesting. The depth of the portal is on the southern facade of the residence. This committee made a designation in November 2024 that this facade is not a primary facade. Based on this designation and our need to rebuild the portal due to deterioration, we have proposed to enlarge the portal from a current 8-foot depth to a depth of 12. This will improve the functional use of the space by the owners and with the design and materials that are in keeping with the structure in the historic district. The exception proposed is to allow the enlargement to extend to the board's designated primary facade on the west, which faces Garcia Street. Since this is an open and transparent portal, we believe that granting the exception is appropriate. Staff takes the position that the exception criterion are not met as it modifies the character of the primary west Garcia Street facade and communicates a false sense of history. Our view is that the request is exceedingly modest and desirable since it is an open portal and not an addition in the conventional sense. The portal will be rebuilt with new materials, and this is a good use of resources that is consistent with the preservation of the building and its contributing status. And as you noted, we do have a Plan B based on the fact that the west facade is the primary facade, and if you wanted to rebuild the portal, we could set back from the 10 feet where it meets the primary facade. We picked we actually are going to 12 feet so that there would be a no exception required for Plan B, which is why we presented Plan B. At the 12-foot point is when we would make the 12-foot depth, if that makes sense. I have those drawings on 8.5 by 11, but I don't have them on the presentation. I don't know if you do, Lanny. The Plan B. Pardon me? Yeah, I didn't think so. The code, as you know, contemplates additions to contributing structures and without the necessity for an exception when they are set back from a primary facade. To meet this requirement, we designed and submitted Plan B for board consideration. Plan B is a much more modest addition than the ones most often considered and approved by the board. It is largely open and transparent. It is not an added room or rooms. Portal designs with a 12-foot depth are consistent with historic district designs and proportions. For these reasons, and because we will meet materials and design standards, we urge the board's approval of Plan B if it determines that Plan A is an exception that they do not want to grant.
Ms. Bechtel?
Yes.
I have shared this to Zoom if IT can show that. So I can move the slides for you as you wish.
You could just stay on the front page, Heather, and just, yeah, those two facades. I feel like that both on the Plan A and the Plan B, my perspectives show very clearly the minimal change that we're proposing to the portal, whether it's 8 feet or 12 feet. I do think that in some ways Plan B, that doesn't require an exception based on the fact that the west house is the west elevation is not the portal elevation, that it actually impacts the portal more. One of the most important things I think about the portal is its 50-foot length. That's really truly where it gets its character. The board determined in November that facade was not contributing to this house, or it was not a primary facade. The primary facades were the ones that embodied most of the character of those homes. And so the board could have in November made the portal itself contributing, but it was built later. It wasn't quite, I think it is 50 years old, but just barely 50 years old. It was built in 78. Now I can't remember. I think it is over 50 years old. But again, it's the character of the streetscape and the character of the historic nature of this house that the 50-foot length is what really defines this. I have a few more comments. Thank you for reaching that. And again, it was the perspectives that I wanted to look at. And in Plan A, it's even more, and I don't know if you have those in your presentation. Because Plan A is even more, shows how more minimally affected it is, because again, the primary thing is the 50-foot length. The portal itself is actually a tear down. There is no repair that's available to the wood. Most of the wood is rotted. There were a few corbels that we could save, but the columns, the beams, the water intrusion has been completely but I want the perspectives because it really shows it from the streetscape. Yeah, so maybe if you can find it with the Plan A. Because that is the streetscape, are the perspectives, which is why they're included in the packet. Again, there was nothing that we could save of the portal except for a few corbels. So whether it's the same size it is now or whether it's 12 feet deep, it will be replaced. I'd like to go back to the modesty of this proposal. This is less than 200 feet, I believe, of additional square footage versus the 1,300 that we would be allowed to add to this home. And I've made a plan to show that. I have 10 copies. I didn't really know how many to bring.
I have just shared my screen on Zoom.
Oh, thank you.
Thank
So now you see Plan A with the two depths of the portal. And I don't know how to show this. Oh, so you got the printouts earlier. So I could make this into a 5,000 square foot house. I mean, we could, without exceptions, we could add 1,300 square feet to this house and connect it to the new guest house that is approvable by this board and without exceptions. So I think the less than 200 square feet that we're adding to the portal is a pretty modest ask to make this house livable for my clients. Okay, let me keep going. And I've already covered that the primary characteristic of the portal, which is lovable, is its 50-foot length. In my opinion, it will not affect the historic status of the house. Even in the code, it's really the characteristics assigned by this board cannot be changed. The portal was not assigned the historic characteristics of this house. It was the west elevation in the northwest corner. I do want to note, though, that the Plan B, which affects the portal greater, we would accept, but it does impact the portal more. I talked a little bit about in my remarks that in some of the more modest homes in the city of Santa Fe, of which this house it was never, this house was built next to Mary Victory in her orchard. So it was always a slightly greater house. There were older portals that were 4 to 6 feet in depth that have been infilled over the years. I mean, there's one right now on another street that it's like, do we tear that wall off so we can show the old portal on this modest little house, this modest little bungalow? This house was a greater house. And when the previous owners added that portal, they added a great portal. And it's one of the characteristics that we love of the house, but we would like to make it slightly less wider or deeper to make it more livable. So the owner, Robert Hollyman, is here, and I think he would also like to make some remarks. We would never have presented this case to you if we had thought that the edge of the portal was contributing, that this would have been a completely different design, a completely different case. And so to spring that on me to this afternoon, I think I will have to go back and listen to the discussions, but the west facade of the house was under discussion. The portal was never under discussion as part of the contributing facade or the primary facade of this house. Thank you.
Questions before she? Thank you, Madam Chair. So just a few clarifications. Yeah, I completely understand what you're saying about the primary facade, in the sense that we had the same question. That's why we asked to see the diagram, because it wasn't clear whether that was specifically called out. So the staff said it was included, and so we haven't gone back to read the minutes, but it sounds like it definitely was not excluded. Which would normally be the case when it's something that is literally visually part of the facade, because again, the drawings you've shown show it as a real separate structure, but the stuccoing is completely consistent.
It's not flush. It's a little bit further back because it was an addition to that house. So it's 6 inches or more.
You think
I
it's
don't
set
know.
back 6 inches?
Yeah, I mean, I
If
would
it
have
is
to go
set-
out and
if it's
measure
set
it.
back, then that would certainly be an important factor.
But it
because
is
that was-
set back. It's not flush with the house.
Okay.
And there is no diagram for the primary facade. Is that what you're saying? I mean, it was in November. The staff was always doing diagrams.
There was not one actually in that case.
At any rate, this is, I mean. if it's
I'll
set
be on
back,
YouTube this afternoon or this evening.
No, but if what you're saying is true, that it's set back, to me, that would mean that that would not be part of that facade.
Mhm.
Okay, so that would resolve that issue in my mind, and maybe that's why it wasn't discussed at the time. Whereas today, the discussion revolved around the fact on the site visit that it was completely flush and part of that entire elevation. Regardless, though, you've not been told before tonight that you had to satisfy an exception for that. So no one here, I don't think, should be holding you to that. That would be unfair. My point in bringing it up is really more to talk about how we address the exception criteria that you are seeking for, which is the 10-foot setback. And that goes with the other as well. The other point I was making about the removal of historic material or the repair and restoration of existing architectural features, even on non-primary facades. I wasn't saying you need to come before us with it for an exception, so much as that should inform the discussion here tonight in deciding whether the exception criteria have been met. Okay, so just to clarify where my comments were directed. But coming back to the bigger issue, I'll just say that Plan B, I think, in my mind, would be out of the question. That would destroy what I agree is the most important characteristic of the portal, which is its length across the entire elevation. So that would not be a solution under any circumstances in my mind. So if you're, I guess my view would be that if you're saying this portal needs to be reconstructed in any event because it cannot be saved, that would change my point of view as to whether or not reconstructing it with a relatively minor extension of what is there that might not have a huge aesthetic impact, but could have a livability benefit, that would alter that calculus. So is that something that's in the packet? I must have just skipped over that it is unrepairable.
I believe it says replace the portal. I mean, I didn't identify. I mean, I should have, and I should have been flagged also by staff that, oh, you're getting rid of all this historic material. Lanny's answer to the question was she didn't think so. So that's probably why she didn't say that. But yes, it was always intended that the only thing that can be saved were just a couple of the corbels.
And that's
Because
based
the decking
on-
is rotten from the water damage. The beams are all rotten from the water damage. The columns are rotten from the water damage. So that's what the portal.
Okay. Was that your assessment or which I trust?
Another
I just-
builder came by to help me assess it because he also looked at the carport or the guest house, the current guest house. I wanted his opinion of what do you think? You know, can you do this? And it's like it's a tear down. He was the one that said, "Oh, maybe those corbels."
Okay. All right. That's all I had for right now. Thank you.
Thank you, John.
Other board members?
have questions for Gayla? Member Beachside.
Yeah, no questions, but just in looking at the history of this case, the original recommendation of staff was to status this house as non-contributing. So we're obviously we had a difference of opinion and we designated is it the east facade as primary?
It's the west.
The west, sorry,
Yeah.
thank you. The west facade is primary. The south, according to the HICP, has the most changes of any facade on this structure. There's some indication that if it were an original part of the house, it would have been a territorial style, but it shows a Pueblo revival style. So I think all that to say that this discussion really, this is not the import of the case. I think maybe the removal of the 2 linear feet on the contributing wall, which was never in question, is maybe more of a topic of conversation, although I think the safety features of the suggested change sort of outweigh the need to preserve that wall as is. That's a very common, difficulty in like our modern situation with cars and driveways, like these things sort of have to happen. If they're done in a sensitive way, you really don't miss those extra 2 feet of the wall. But I think that the extension of the portal as recommended in the original proposal for an additional 4 feet of depth at the same depth rather than staggered is the way to go. That's a beautiful and very like light touch in terms of the look of the property. I think the post and the corbels remain, the stucco remains. It's pretty much a recreation of what's there with some additional space that seems to be fitting for the house as constructed today. That's just my comments. Thanks.
Thank you, Member Beachside. Any other comments? Yes, Heather.
Chair Rios, thank you. I had the opportunity to look up the minutes. And as Member Beachside mentioned, we were recommending for a non-contributing status at that hearing as staff. But the decision of the board wasn't to retain it as contributing. Let me read the motion. Member Bienvenu moved that in case number 2024-009369 HDRB at 345 Garcia Street, for the reasons stated on the record earlier, I move that the historic status of the main residential structure to be maintained as contributing with the west elevation and northwest corner, the area around the chimney as the primary facades as recommended in the HICP, and that the status of the accessory structure be downgraded to non-contributing and that the front wall be designated as contributing. And that was approved unanimously by the board. Yes, I mean, there are certain things that we have to account for modern, use and changes to things like vehicles and other types of things that we have to accommodate for in historic preservation. And that's why staff didn't have concern with the contributing wall being widened a little bit. The only concern with reference to the portal that staff, it changes the character of the front of the building by having such an increase of depth of the portal. And that was the staff's perspective in that particular case. Also, the proposed portal, I think, is going to have a shed roof behind. I was looking at the drawings. Let me share my screen again. Just one moment.
We have to get some, right now it's flat. That's one of the reasons why it's failed over the last 50 years, like literally flat. And so we do have to have some slope, and in 50 feet, you have to, if you divide that by an eighth of a foot in 50 feet, that's 6 inches. So it's technically a shed. Yeah. But
Okay,
it's
so I'd
barely a
just like to
shed.
point out what's being replaced is going to have a shed roof, but the view from the street will be the same. So staff's primary objection to that really was the change in the overall appearance to that particular front facade. And I believe that's the west facade. Yes.
And if I might point out that this is my computer view, which I can go anywhere in my computer. From the street, it's a lot less of a view. I mean, I don't want to minimize the change because it is a change, but just, it's, we will have to have a bit more of a thickness on the roof. So there will be a metal flashing that is above the decking in order to make the slope.
I have a question.
Yes.
So just to clarify, because what you were just saying was that the sort of insinuated to me that the pitch was going to run the length of the portal. So is it not going to be level across the front? Are you saying the shed roof's going to run from north to south or east to west?
It is running towards the east because we don't want the water to be shedding towards the south. Because we would then need a gutter. And so we were trying to avoid all the slopes. And so that's why I want to do a fascia over the face above the decking. And then I can slope it behind the 6 inches necessary to get it to the 50 feet.
Okay,
Does
so it's
that
going to
make-
be, is it going to be flat across from the front, from the south to the north?
The fascia will hide the slope behind it, the metal fascia.
Right, and it'll
So
slope.
it'll be flat.
It'll slope from west to east. It'll be
Correct.
highest on the west, but across in the other axis, it'll be flat at any given point, back toward the house.
It'll be level, is that what you mean? I mean, it's got
Yeah, it'll be level back,
Yes.
from north to south,
it'll be a constant slope from north to south.
from east to west is what.
East to
I'm-
west goes, it slopes. So it's like this. So this is west, sorry, this is west and to east. And I'm going to put a metal fascia here so that you can't see the slope on the south facade.
Right,
the-
but then across from the front edge, the south edge of the portal back to the house, it's level.
It's level.
Gotcha.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that, just wanted to clarify because that's what I heard you say, but I don't see that as the way it's represented.
It's a detail.
Gotcha.
So,
Okay.
so visually, even though it's going to have a slope, that portal, the proposed portal will appear like the existing portal, actually.
Yes, as thin as we can make it. I mean, that's one of the characteristics I think that's lovely also about this portal is the materiality of it's just the decking and hardly any roofing paper. And so we're trying to emulate that as well as we can.
Thanks.
Other questions, board members for Gayla? None. If the owner of the house wishes to come forward and say a few words.
Hello. Can you please state your name and address for the record?
Sure. Robert Hollyman, 345 Garcia Street, Santa Fe.
Do you solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you have in reference to this item shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, and do this under the penalties of perjury?
I do.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. He's been sworn in.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, members of this committee. I will try to be fairly brief here because I know you've got a full agenda, but also appreciate your service on this committee and your consideration of this. I say we've worked really hard. I'm here on behalf of my husband, Bill Keller, and I. And so thank you for coming to the House today. Thank you for considering this. Let me just make a couple of comments about background. The first and foremost is that, we wanted to be in this house and want to be in Santa Fe. We have had a home here for about 20 years, moved here full-time from Washington, D.C. A little over a year ago because we found this house and because we knew we wanted to be here. And so we sped up our plans to be here full-time and we're here full-time. We deeply care about it. This house was built about 90-something years ago, which is when my father from South Louisiana first came to New Mexico to go to high school in Roswell. And 52 years ago, when I was a janitor in my first summer job out of high school, it was here in Santa Fe. And I had a dream that, quite frankly, I'd tear up a little bit because I wouldn't have thought I could realize it, to be able to one day live here. So everything we're trying to do about this house is to do the right thing for the city, for the historic district, to do it with the lightest touch possible while still adapting it for us. One of the things that we're doing, and I appreciate that the staff has recommended it, is increasing that driveway entrance a little bit. And also there's the garage and accessory dwelling unit. Those are things, among others, so that we can age in place. And with God willing, we want to live in this house as long as possible. And if at some point we need somebody to help us, we'll have a better accessory dwelling unit that's initially going to be a garage where they could be. And we want to be able to back out in and out of the driveway more safely, which is already sort of challenging for us to do. The change we're proposing to the portal, we wanted to give you two options. Really, the option that we recommend and we think is the best would require you to grant that exception. But we also wanted to make sure that you knew there were other options that didn't require you to grant that exception, so that you would have that choice. And quite frankly, so that you and we wouldn't need to come back for subsequent meetings to give you alterations of this, and we could be efficient on their time. And then finally, let me just say, I'm happy to answer any questions, but Bill and I approach this as people who love being here, love this city, we're here, but we also approach it with a long background working in the area of historic preservation. I personally served on my historic review design committee for the neighborhood in which I lived in Washington, D.C. I was a board member of the historic Decatur House on Lafayette Park in Washington, D.C., which is owned by the National Trust and the White House Historic Preservation Foundation. I'm a trustee of the National Building Museum. We've designed and rehabilitated old houses that were failing. We've designed a 1975's house in DC of architectural merit that received awards for the restoration of that house. So I just want to assure you we can answer any questions you have, but everything that we put before you has been with the intention to respect the code, to respect the decisions that you all made last November. We wouldn't have proposed any changes on this, on this South Portal had that been a designated facade. And as I understand this, there are flexibilities for non-designated facades. We think that Gayla's design, and we hired her because of her experience in the district, is respectful. It makes the changes that are needed to live. And it also, in things like, since we're going to have to rebuild the portal, it's a good use of money, as long as you're doing it to make it work better for the future. And at the end of the day, I hope that with whatever decision you make, Bill and I are committed to being good stewards of that house, to doing things that not only uphold its status as a contributing structure, but ideally ones that enhance the ability of the overall historic district. So I'm happy to answer any questions. And again, thanks for allowing me to have a couple of personal comments about why this is not just a house and a design, but something that we care deeply about.
Thank you very much for your comments. Let's see if any board members have a question for you. Anybody? It appears that they do not.
Thank you very much. Thanks for
Well,
your
thank you.
service.
Anyone in this room wishing to comment? I'm going to public comment. It appears not. Anyone on Zoom?
Yes, Stephanie Benenato would like to comment. Stephanie has been sworn previously. Stephanie, you may unmute.
Thank you. Stephanie Benenato. I think one option for design on this portal that has not been considered is to keep it at 8-foot depth. There's no one's ever talked about hardship here. I believe that is a criterion for getting an exception. And this is not an interior space that's necessary for livability. This is sort of a bonus point in a sense. So it could be kept at 8 foot and go the entire length. And the slope is a 1/4 inch per foot. So that is over a foot slope on the 50 feet, which would be quite adequate to get things to drain. And in fact, keeping it flat from south to north seems like a problematic thing, because I think it will pool on that roof depending on how much rain occurs. I also remind you, the board, that you adopted staff's position on 614 Paseo de Peralta that said that safety is not something unique to any property, that safety is something that everybody has to deal with. And so taking out 2 feet of the wall, I mean, another option is to somehow have a way to turn around in the property so that you can come out facing the street as opposed to backing out. Perhaps you back in as opposed to backing out. So I'm concerned, I think, especially if it's the smaller part of the wall that you're taking out, I think that would be a huge concern to remove that part. But to be consistent with what staff has recommended in the past about safety, if it's not unique and it's something that many people have to deal with, that is narrow driveways, not visible. I mean, on my street, that's a common constant of getting out of people's driveways, is the backing out into traffic. And again, as a portals are not necessary. They're just, I want. It's an I want. It's not I need. And an 8-foot portal should be quite livable, quite usable. And to me, that is a solution that then doesn't interfere with the primary facade, because you're keeping it at the depth that it already exists. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I am going to guess that there is no one else on Zoom, or is there?
That is correct. There is no one else on Zoom.
Board members, if you don't have anything further, I will entertain a motion at this point. Member Beachai.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In case number 2024-010293 HDRB at 345 Garcia Street, I move to approve the application as submitted, noting that the exception criteria for the addition, the rebuild of the portal within 10 feet of the primary facade have been met. With respect to the first criteria, which staff recommended was not met, which is do not damage the character of the streetscape. I'll just add for the record that despite the additional 4 feet of depth, the key elements of the existing portal are retained. It's an open and transparent structure. Maintaining the 50-foot length is consistent with the existing portal and the south facade of the building. With respect to criterion 2, to prevent a hardship to the applicant or injury to the public welfare, the current hardship associated with the deterioration of the portal requiring its rebuild and the limited functionality of the narrow depth is remedied by this solution. The function of the narrow portal is not sufficient to prevent the front door from being drenched in rains, and this addresses that hardship. Noting that we agree with staff's recommendation on the other elements and that all exception criteria have been met for those.
Did you want to specifically indicate in reference to the exception criteria what that is? The infill of the window? And also
yeah, I think we just agree with what staff has recommended. There, we don't have any, the motion does not have a different approach on those 2 elements.
Pardon? Is there a second to this motion?
Mather will second.
And is there anything further to add to the motion? Nothing further. Roll call vote, please.
Member Mather?
Yes.
Member Cherry?
Yes.
Member Degnan,
Yes.
Member Biche. Yes. Vice Chair Bienvenue.
Yes.
The motion has been approved, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you. We'll move on to the next case this evening, which is located at 248 Rodriguez Street. And this is Amanda's case. Amanda?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This case is 2025-01-0341, HGRB at 248 Rodriguez Street in the Downtown and Eastside Historic District. This case came for status 2025-01-0124 HGRB on April 8th, and it was considered non-contributing at that hearing. So the shed is 104 square feet and is 9 feet 4 inches in height. And this case is coming before you for demolition. There's the existing site plan, and we have a memo from his building inspector that confirms that this structure is no longer habitable. I stand for questions.
Any questions for Amanda? No questions for Amanda. The owner or applicant, will you please come forward?
Hello, can you please raise your right hand, state your name and address for the record?
Jennifer Salambini, 125 Lincoln Avenue.
Do you solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you have in reference to this item shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, and do this under the penalties of perjury?
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. She's been sworn in.
Yes, you have the floor.
I agree with staff's recommendation and I stand for any questions.
Any questions for the applicant? No questions for the applicant. Anyone on Zoom or anyone in this room wishing to speak in reference to this particular case?
No hands are raised in Zoom.
Okay. Motion, please.
I'll make a motion.
Yes.
I make a motion on case 2025-010341 HDRB 248 Rodriguez Street, that to approve as submitted for to demolish 104 square foot shed.
Second. Degnan, roll call vote, please.
Vice Chair Bienvenue,
Yes.
Member Mather,
Yes.
Member Cherry,
Yes.
Member Degnan,
Yes.
Member Biche.
Yes.
Madam Chair, the motion has been passed.
Thank you very much. And Amanda, you have the next case with the same address.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. This, again, as Chair mentioned, is 248 Rodriguez, case number 2025-0103-343. And this case will be coming before you for new construction. Go ahead, sir. Thank you, sir. So here you have a site plan of the location of the new building. The new building will be a total of 1,507 square feet, and it will be 14 feet in height, and 1,269 of that will be heated square feet, and 238 of that will be the port hall. Here is the located floor plan. And here you have the east elevation as well as the north. And divided light windows throughout. And the house will be stucco in adobe cementitious, and windows and doors will be painted in white trim. I stand for questions.
Would you indicate to us exactly where the home is going to be located in reference to the shed that is going to be removed because there is an arroyo in this area? And I think the board needs to know exactly where the home will be located.
Sure, one moment, Chair, let me pull up so here we have the proposed site plan. And I will pull up the existing site plan from the previous case so you can see that where it is located as well. It looks like it's narrowing in the same footprint, but a little larger. So here is the existing site plan, which shows the shed is in here. One moment, it seems to be stuck. Okay, and here's the existing where the shed is in this bottom corner. Does that answer your question, madam?
Yes, thank you.
Any further questions for
Any other
staff?
questions, board members, at this time for Amanda? It appears not. If the applicant wants to take the podium.
No, just thank you for the opportunity to come here tonight. And if there's any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Any questions for the applicant? No questions for the applicant. Anyone in this audience wishing to comment on this case, please come forward.
Hello, can you please raise your right hand, state your name and address for the record?
Hi, my name is Leslie Larson. My name is Leslie Larson. I'm at 238 Rodriguez, directly across the arroyo.
Okay, do you solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you have in reference to this item shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, and do this under the penalties of perjury?
I do.
Madam Chair, she has been sworn in.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
So I'm confused.
If you'll speak right into that mic.
I'm confused about the 100 square foot, 104 square foot shed becoming an over 1,000 square foot dwelling in an arroyo bed.
The shed is going away. We approved the demolition of the shed.
Right.
And this home is going to be, I believe, in the vicinity of the area of 1507, 1,507 square feet. And as indicated, it will start where the location of the shed was and it will not go down at all. It will be go, I don't know what that direction is. What would you say, Amanda?
Okay, so there's a big, huge retaining wall on their driveway that was recently built. And then there's the little tiny shed, and then there's the arroyo. And the retaining wall goes along to widen their driveway. So I'm not understanding where the house is.
Okay, and the applicant or Amanda can speak to the question.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. The retaining wall will not be moved.
Okay.
I don't know how over 1,000 square foot house is gonna fit in that footprint. I'm not seeing it. Is there a way to see that?
Yeah, let me pull it up for you. So the shed, excuse me, let me switch slides with you. So the shed is currently here in this area, and this space, the residents will go through here throughout.
Okay, so is the shed like right here?
The shed is right here.
Okay, so it's gonna go back and then
So it'll go in this
towards
area.
where the driveway comes down.
Right.
Okay, and then currently the owners of the property have a landscape business, and there's a lot of activity in there delivering supplies, and there's just recently hundreds of bags of potting soil or bark or something. So I'm wondering where all that will fit on this property.
Did you wish to answer, applicant?
Yes, I think the landscaping things or whatever the supplies you're referring to, I think that's separate. I believe as a homeowner that could be for gardening, and it's just a coincidence that he owns a landscaping business.
I mean, when something is being built, obviously you have to have the supplies come in. And whatever is going to be used for the construction of the building.
He's actually running a business there, so.
And I can't hear you because
He's actually running a business there. There's a landscaping business where they bring supplies and pick up supplies from.
Oh, well, I don't know. That is not a question that is being addressed this evening.
I'm
And we
just
really don't have any
wondering, I'm
purview over
wondering
that.
how the property is going to be being used, because this is a big change, a very big change in a very limited space, in a very tight space.
Well, the only thing that I can tell you is that if this goes through, I'm sure that zoning has to get involved and other departments within the city get involved to make sure all the Ts are crossed and all the Is are dotted.
Good.
Okay.
Okay.
Madam
Anyone
Chair,
else?
to address that has gone through the PZR process through zoning, and it is being zoned for a new residential structure.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else in this room wishing to comment? No? Anyone on Zoom? No one, Heather?
I'm sorry, I had to unshare my screen. Had the aerial up.
Okay.
Let me see, just one moment. I don't see that any hands are raised. No hands are raised. And just
No hands.
on a quick note with reference to lot coverage, that is a zoning criterion, and that criterion is being met. They do actually review the plan set itself. With reference to any business being run out of the house and their concern with storage, they can contact the city and contact Amanda or me, and we can talk about things. Typically, if there's what we call a home occupation, then somebody can have a home office, but typically materials and other type of storage are required to be in a commercial area. So certainly if there's concerns, the person can contact us.
Thank you for those comments. I think they'll be helpful to you. Okay. Yes, Member Beachside.
Thank you. Just a question. It looks like from the casita roof plan that there's a lot of solar panels proposed. I'm just would like to confirm that those are not visible from the street, that those would be behind a parapet or other screen.
Applicant, can you come forward? I would suggest you just stay at the podium. Will those be publicly visible solar panels, or will the parapet hide them?
No, ma'am. The parapet will hide them, and there's some trees as well, so that would hide them.
The trees. Any other questions? No other questions? I will entertain a motion then. On 248 Rodriguez Street. Anyone? Sorry, I was taking notes on my phone. Member Beecher.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In case 2025-010343 HDRB at 248 Rodriguez Street, I move to approve the application as submitted.
Mather will second.
Roll call vote, please. Sorry.
Member Beecher?
Yes.
Member Degnan?
Yes.
Member Cherry?
Yes.
Member Mather?
Yes.
Vice Chair Bienvenue?
Yes.
Madam Chair, the motion has passed.
Thank you very much and good luck with your project. And next case is located at 557 San Antonio Street. Is that applicant here? And the applicant is here. And this case is Paul's.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, and members of the public. Thank you for being here. In case number 2025010348, the single-family residence and guest house at 577 San Antonio Street are listed as non-contributing to the downtown and east side historic district. The main residence and guest house with attached carport are noted as being built in 1977 as recorded in the 1992 Historic Building Inventory HBI form. The structures reside on a 0.17 acre lot and total approximately 2,700 square feet of roofed area. The structures were built in the Spanish Pueblo Revival design style as seen by the flat roofs, rounded parapets, and recessed doors and windows. The property resides at the southern end of San Antonio Street. The applicant proposes the following exterior alterations. Construct a new 402 square foot portal on the main residential structure on the south elevation. Construct a new 240 square foot addition and 40 square foot portal to the existing guest house and attached carport on the northern elevation of the guest house. Replace all doors and windows throughout the main residence and the casita and other minor alterations, including restucco with cemented stucco colored desert rose, which will need board approval. So here we have the western elevation into the main structure of 557 San Antonio Street. When you walk in, you see the courtyard. You have the coyote fence gate, which was approved in 2014 by the board. And this property is uniquely situated along San Antonio Street, back hugged tight in a corner. It has a really calm presence on the streetscape. Here we have that eastern elevation with, you can see the wooden windows, the deep rounded parapets, and here a small courtyard on that eastern elevation and the doors which the applicant proposes to replace. Here we have the casita and guest house, and this is an interesting configuration. It is built on the zero lot line on that western facade. The front window and door are closed off. The entry into the area is limited at best. Here is that storage area where it's very limited. And what the applicant is proposing is creating the addition upon this northern facade, extending the portal and making it a much more livable structure. Here we have that western elevation. It is set back on that zero lot line, but it must not be a zero lot line given the wall, but it's set off about a foot back. And we've got a roof shed. And here there was an acequia remnant, but no longer an acequia remnant. It is now a trail in which people in the neighborhood walk their dogs. Here we have on the casita that southern elevation showing the windows and the canales and the deep recessed parapets. And then we have that eastern facade where the chimney rises. And here we have the existing and proposed site plan. So on the main residential structure, that 204 square feet of the portal, as we were walking the site, is the area where it's where they're looking at placing sod, or in front of that area. And then we see the additions of new hardscape, landscape, and then the casita renovation. Here we have the proposed and existing floor plan for the main residential structure, showing with the portal addition. On the portal addition, duly noted are 4 skylights that are being requested on top of that portal for light. And here we have on the roof plan, we can see the 4 skylights. On the north elevation, they're looking at creating two windows and closing off, infilling 1 window. Here we have the existing and proposed east elevation of the main residence. On this east elevation, they're looking at remodeling the French doors into that courtyard, closing off those French doors, creating new French doors where the windows are, closing off those windows, infilling those French doors and creating a small window. Here is the south elevation, the most prominent elevation on the structure, main residential structure. And this is where the largest amount of work is being done with the proposed portal addition, along with new windows, new clear story windows, and throughout the structure, new doors and windows. Now here we have the existing and proposed west elevations, just showing the new windows and doors on the structure that are being proposed. On the casita, here is the existing and proposed floor plan, site plan, pardon me, or floor plan. And here they're extending out to the north on that northern facade. Initially, staff had concerns, so we talked with current planning and our zoning department and our building review department, along with the applicant, and the applicant was able to address all concerns and considerations that staff had at that time. Here we have the existing and proposed north elevation. Here is where they're proposing the new portal addition extending to the north, the 400 square foot addition, making that structure a much more habitable residence. Now we have the existing and proposed east elevation. On that east elevation where we have the windows, that one divided light window, they're looking at extending the window in the portal. And as it sees, the roof line has the undulation of the roof line gets higher as it gets closer to the west. Here we have the existing and proposed south elevation on that structure, which faces that trail. We have the deep recessed parapets and that one window. Here they're looking at raising the roof and creating that new addition with 2 new windows. Here we have the west facade. And on this west facade, I caught this today about the steel framed gate. And I would just ask that the applicant can clarify what they're proposing with that steel frame gate, if it's going to be a steel frame gate with coyote fencing, which is already established on that streetscape, or what it is that they're proposing to do on that proposed facade. Here we have that proposed west facade showing the divided light windows. Here's the colors. These windows are gonna, and doors are gonna be aluminum clad, and this greenish gray is the proposed color, along with the window frames being proposed this reddish color, kind of a crimson color. And so the proposed look is something like this. Now, staff has concerns with the aluminum clad greenish gray color with the red. It's too contrasting for the streetscape and where this residence resides and what it currently is established. So staff recommends that they stick to one color code per these windows and doors. Here's the exterior light sconces and Desert El Rey cementitious stucco desert rose for both the structures. In this case, staff recommends approval of the proposed project and finds that the application complies with section 14-5.2D, general design standards for all historic districts, and 14-5.2E, downtown and east side design standards. Thank you. Staff stands for questions.
Thank you. Paul, was the applicant proposing having two colors on all windows within the house, or was it in a certain portion of the house?
Madam Chair, members of the board, staff understands it that they're proposing all windows and doors would have
All
this
of
color.
them. Okay. And you are proposing one color, and did you indicate what that color?
Madam Chair, I believe either the crimson or the grayish teal color, but it's up to the board, but either one I think would be okay. But both of them together, not okay.
And am I seeing large expanses of glass and also divided light windows? So there's both of those on this particular home?
Madam Chair, that is correct, that are being proposed.
And what is the public visibility of the non-divided light? Because
The public visibility of the non-divided light would be minimal. Because on the main structure on that south facade, they would be underneath the portal and they would be very limited in observation. And then on the western facade, on the casita with the divided lights, they would be visible, but with the divided lights that they're proposing, it would accentuate the streetscape.
Okay, thank you, Paul. Any other
Yes, Madam
questions for
Chair.
Paul? Member Beechey.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. Just to follow on to that, which facades have the divided lights? And which ones are publicly visible?
So the western facade on the casita is publicly visible and they're divided lights.
Okay.
The southern facade is partially publicly visible. They are not divided light. The eastern facade of the casita are not divided light and it's partially visible from the trail. The southern facade on the main residential structure, or let's bounce back to the western facade, they're divided light, they're proposed divided light, and they're facing the streetscape. They're publicly visible. The south facade on the main residential structure will be underneath the portal, and the clear story windows, the clear stories are publicly visible. The ones underneath the facade are not publicly visible, and on the eastern and northern facades of the main residence are not publicly visible.
Thank you. Sorry to make you go through all that. I guess my question was just from the publicly visible facades, will you see two different window styles?
Madam Chair, Member Beachside, yes, you will.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? None? Applicant or applicants, please come forward.
You will need to get sworn in.
Hello, please raise your right hand. State your name and address for the record.
Jutan, 1219 Saragoro Road, Santa Fe.
Do you solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you have in reference to this item shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, and do this under the penalties of perjury?
I do.
Madam Chair, he has been sworn. Thank you.
Yes, sir. What do you have to tell us?
Yeah, good evening. Thank you, Paul, for the presentation. Just a couple of clarifications. The guest house or casita, as Paul described it to be, is actually a studio. What we are adding is an addition with a utility room and a bathroom. So the applicants have signed the waiver as required by planning, right, land use. So the other thing is with regards to the windows, the divided lights around the windows and doors. One easy way of kind of just describing the logic is that whatever is divided right now will be replaced with divided lights, and without whatever does not have any divided lights will remain clear, except for new windows. There are 2 new windows on the north facade of the main house, and those will not have divided lights. And because the existing motifs, I would actually call them, around the studio structure at this moment, they're not windows. They're just wooden fabrications that are bordered up with lines. So it's basically like a stage set, you know. So they will be replaced with divided light windows, and so will the other windows around the studio structure. So those everything around the studio structure will have divided lights. Whatever's in the main house, whatever has divided lights right now will have divided lights, and whatever doesn't will be clear.
So what you're telling us is that you're going to be replacing in kind to what is existing.
Exactly, exactly. So on the west facade, which faces San Antonio Street, there is that existing 6-foot-high yard wall that steps, right, as you're going south towards San Antonio Street. So if we draw, of course, we can always peek over the 6-foot wall to look at the house, but essentially they're kind of partial view, you know, from the street itself.
And Paul mentioned a steel frame gate.
Right.
Can you tell us about that?
Yep. So we're replacing the existing gate with a steel frame, but then cladded with steel plates with a motif to be determined, basically like a cutting, you know, like a
Is that
stencil.
part of this application, Paul?
I believe it was.
Chair Rios, members of the board, if a steel gate was coming before this board, it would come with an exception. And so we can't review this gate. And I caught this as I was looking at this package, the steel gate, it would need an exception request. So if they keep it in kind, and if the board feels comfortable with it being a steel frame with the coyote fencing that's currently there, because the gate was previously approved by the board in 2014. But if they're proposing a steel gate with steel slats and steel, then that would need an exception. And that couldn't be heard tonight.
Okay. And pardon? Oh, I thought someone would say something. Did you wish to respond to that?
No, I was going to.
Can you please raise your right hand, state your name and address for the record?
Clayton Miles, 557 San Antonio Street.
Do you solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you have in reference to this item shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, and do this under the penalties of perjury?
I do.
Thank you. Madam Chair, he's been sworn in.
Is that mic on? Is the microphone on?
Yes,
Oh, okay.
yes. Just the plan was to, it's a solid steel, the rusted type, it'd be, it wouldn't be sticking out. But we just have it laser cut with just some little designs in it. And we were keeping it simple and where you can't see through it, but it like a flowers or like a tree limb, like with some little birds. So it'd be a little decorative, but it's very simple. Just a sliding gate, because we need to have a sliding gate, because right now you open it up, it takes up my parking spots. So we're looking at a one-piece sliding gate, just a decorative one-piece steel with some little laser cuts. And we were assuming that was okay. Didn't know it was an issue.
Yes, attorney. We have the city attorney here.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. I'm just going to note that the notice in the agenda does include the Portal addition, the addition to the studio structure, and the window and door replacements, but it does not mention the gate. So I don't believe that can be considered at this meeting. Either
So
this
when
would need to be,
something, yes.
I'm sorry, it would need to be continued to another meeting with that addition, or it would have to be considered separately.
Thank you so much for pointing that out. As Paul was saying, and the attorney just said, if something is not noticed, then we really cannot address it.
Okay, well, we had in our
That's it. But we
package, the
can
reason I was
address-
surprised
we
it
can
wasn't
address the rest
in
of
there.
the-
So I guess
the
what Paul's
items.
saying though, is if we left it in kind. and
Yeah,
just
if you
make
leave it in kind,
Then
then
it's not an issue. But if we want to go with the more
if you
decorative,
want
more
to
better
change the
looking
gate,
gate,
then you will have to go through staff and then it'll come
Come
before
again.
the board again.
I need to get rid of
Okay.
that gate. Okay. Thank you. Any other questions?
Anybody have questions for the applicant, Paul, or anybody? Nope. Okay, what about anyone in this room wanting to talk about this case? No one. And what about anyone on Zoom?
Yes, Stephanie Benenato would like to provide comments. Stephanie has been sworn. You may unmute.
Thank you, Stephanie Benenato. I understand that they want to replace the windows in kind, but I think that if it's publicly visible, then there should be divided lights, especially on that south side. And I think portals, I'm not sure if you would consider that a portal or not. And my understanding was that was more for commercial buildings than necessarily residential buildings, but I may not be correct about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else on Zoom?
No, Chair Rios,
No?
thank you.
A motion is in order, or Paul?
Chair Rios, also, the applicants are requesting Desert Rose stucco, and that needs board approval. It's one of the stuccos that needs to come before the board for your approval.
It's according to the guidelines adopted by the board. The Desert Rose is up to the discretion of the board. It's not considered outright permitted due to its color.
Did you hear that, board members?
I believe we live out of state, so at the time this came up, we got the sample, went online and looked and compared and visually what is the surrounding units. And that's the reason we picked Desert Rose. So if you want to tell me what color it is, that's fine, as
I
long
think
as it
that the board
matches the others.
members in the motion, that will be expressed.
Okay.
Okay, and did you wish to speak? Yes, you need to come to the podium and get sworn in.
Please raise your right hand, state your name and address for the record in the microphone, please.
Maggie Miles, 557. Maggie Miles, 557 San Antonio Road.
Do you solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you have in reference to this item shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, and do this under the penalties of perjury?
Yes.
Madam Chair, she's been sworn in.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, nice meeting you again, some of the board members. And then, so I just want to explain the color, we pick the color, the combination of the two color combination. And then look at this carpet. This is, I walk in, it's a good example. So we come in Santa Fe, like the other gentleman early on, he left. He's saying that he spent years over here to find a house. So last year, June, we came over here 1 week. That's it. That is how we love Santa Fe, all the characters. We drove around, the blue everywhere. I think that reflect the sky, and then the earthy tone of the red. So that is why we want to choose the color. Look at this board member lady has the color. That is perfect for Santa Fe. So actually I want to explain it. So we look around, so we pick the color. I told some of your members today is we saw the historic museum. That is why we picked the color, the blue color. That is the closest blue we can have with palette. And then, and then right next to it is, I don't know, that is probably should be the governor residence. And then I have the picture here. This is all the inspiration. That mansion has a 2-color window treatment. So that is what I'm saying. And now I also asked Pella. So I said, I want to highlight with the blue. And then the red is just a softer tone. And then later on can go with the stucco. So that will be very same trim. It won't be like, because today some of you look at a house, this is very old windows. It won't be the same structure. So that is, I'm just trying to explain it to you guys why we pick the color. We just want to we like the character of Santa Fe. We want to incorporate this character, the beauty of Santa Fe to our house. So we think, and also in our neighborhood, that is the bluish color. So we just trying to just preserve the historic beauty of Santa Fe. That's the reason why. I really hope you guys can give us the consideration of that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So, Paul, did you have something further?
No, Madam Chair. In this, from the photos from the site visit today, this is kind of the color palette they were proposing.
Oh. Mm-hmm. Okay. Thank you. Did you have something further? If you can be quick about it, thank you.
Yeah, just.
So I just want to further explain it. This is my experiment. It's now final. This is what palette can offer, the blue and the red. So I just painted as an experiment. So it's kind of, so I don't want you guys confusing. So the whole door will be the lighter blue. And then on the palette window structure, there'll be very, very thin edge. I already asked palette, they confirmed it. There'll be very thin edge of the frame will be a little bit red, and then the next to it will be the stucco. So that is, I think there'll be a very good transition for the color, you know, with the door and window and then to the stucco.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just don't want this to
Board members,
confuse.
I will entertain a motion. It seems like Member Benjamin is ready.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So case 2025-010348 HDRB at 557 San Antonio Street, I would move to approve the application as submitted on the following conditions: that the stucco color of all structures be one of the approved colors on on staff's list rather than the submitted color, that the lights of the windows be divided other than windows under a portal, which are permitted to be undivided in the discretion of the applicant, that the color of the windows and doors be one of the two options that was presented by the applicant, but not both, or in the alternative, white, and that the gate be replaced, if it is to be replaced, with a design similar to the one existing and not made of steel.
Second, Dagan.
Oh, and that all, and the revised drawings be submitted to staff for approval.
Point of clarification.
Yes.
Um, Regarding the color of the windows, did you want to address the color of the trim or any of the wood adjacent to windows?
So that my motion would include all the above as being one color.
Okay, one color,
Any-
not a color and white.
No, it would be either one of the two colors presented or white.
Gotcha.
Okay. Roll call vote, please.
Member Beechey,
Yes.
Member Gagnon,
Yes.
Member Cherry,
Yes.
Member Mather,
Yes.
Member, sorry, my apologies, Vice Chair Bienvenue.
Yes. No
Madam
apology
Chair.
necessary.
Madam Chair, the motion has passed.
Thank you very much. I do have a question for staff. So if the red color is chosen, is that within the palette that we approve?
Madam Chair, members of the board, that color pattern is established in the Downtown and Eastside Historic Districts.
It is.
It is used, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Next case is located at 907 Don Miguel. And I see the applicant is here, and this is your case, Paul.
Good evening, Madam Chair. Would you like me to wait for Member Bescheid?
No, I think we could go forward.
Okay. Madam Chair, members of the board, in case number 2025-010350, the single-family residence at 907 Don Miguel Place is listed as contributing to the Downtown and Eastside Historic District, with the west facade designated as primary, excluding the portal and non-historic material. Constructed in 1949, this quintessential Spanish Santa Fe Pueblo vernacular structure was built on a 0.13 acre lot totaling 640 square feet of roofed area. The structure was built in adobe and cinder block construction materials, low flat roof, and recessed divided light casement windows and doors. The New Mexico Historic Building Inventory HBI form was completed on the structure in 1983, 1992, and a historic cultural property inventory form completed in 2006, designating its contributing status. The applicant proposes to construct a new 48 square foot entry portal on the west primary facade. They propose to construct a detached 118 square foot storage room with 181 square feet portal. They propose to construct a new detached 185 square foot garage. They propose to raise the height of the parapet to 1 foot 4 inches to a maximum height of 9 feet 6 inches. And they propose to replace non-historic doors and windows with other minor alterations. Here we have the north elevation showing this quintessential look of this small residential home. Here we have the east facade showing that this structure is in need of some TLC for sure. Here we have the south facade facing the streetscape on Don Miguel Place. And we have the west primary facade showing the non-historic materials. Now, the proposed alterations. And I would like to commend the applicant on the hand-drawn design set. That was really, really nice. Thank you. You don't see that very often, but the time and effort and it's very well, very good job. Here's the existing and proposed design set of the site plan. On the structure on the western facade, proposed to replace the current portal, wood portal in kind. Then on that northwestern bound property, a storage unit, 402 square foot, or I'm sorry, 185 square foot garage. And then on that, on central on the property on that western edge is what the applicant called a carportal, which we debated, but we called it a garage, which the carportal was a very thoughtful. And then a low hanging wall connecting the main residential house to that carportal garage. Here we have the existing and proposed floor plan showing the designs of, showing the locations of these new additions. Here we have the north carportal garage and the existing and proposed north elevation. Here we have the existing and proposed east elevation showing the remodeling the windows, the roof, and raising of the parapets and the portal. Here we have the existing and proposed south elevations and the new windows and the yard wall. Here we have the existing and proposed west elevation showing the new portal, as well as the wall connecting to the garage. Here we have the existing and proposed site section showing the garage with the portal and the storage unit and the portal additions. Here are the exterior finishes that they're proposing: La Habra cementitious stucco, Cabo dark gray wood stain, Dunn Edwards white for the aluminum clad windows, and the Sierra Pacific tan. Here's a look at the portal today in discussion at the site visit, as it is detached by a hand width connected to that western facade, and just showing the delineation and the liquid nails that held that facade connected to that, held the portal connected to the facade by liquid nails and so forth. And just reviewing it, how it is a detached element. Staff recommends approval of the proposed project and finds that the application complies with section 14-5.2D, general design standards for all historic districts, and 14-5.2E, downtown and east side design standards. Thank you. Staff stands for questions.
Thank you, Paul. Questions for Paul? Anybody? Member Benjamin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, so we talked today on site about this issue. I personally don't have any issue with the revised design. That's obviously an improvement for the portal, obviously an improvement. There are some technical difficulties, though, about how we approach that. This is a primary facade. No additions are allowed to a primary facade. This is technically, I think, perhaps arguably not an addition because it's not attached. On the other hand, I've always felt that we have to be careful about allowing structures that are within inches of a primary facade to be considered acceptable as long as they're not attached, because I think that defeats the intent of that provision in the ordinance. So I don't think that should be the conclusive factor that it's not attached. It is interesting that the existing portal seems to be detached from the primary facade, although the kind of the historical remnants above it imply that it was attached at some point in time with some kind of roofing material so that there wasn't a gap there that's now been taken away. So, I'm just kind of spinning around how we address this issue. Is there a way to, well, I mean, I guess first of all, I'd like to know from the applicant when the applicant presents whether they would prefer to have it attached, because it is odd to have a portal over your main entrance that has a several-inch gap between the roof and the entryway where rain's going to come in. And I wonder if they're doing that only to avoid the problem of the addition to the primary facade. So we can ask about that. But just by and large, what I'm trying to figure out is there a way it could be approved as an addition to a primary facade without an exception being required, on the basis that this is just some kind of a reconstruction of an existing structure that's already in place and was specifically excluded from the primary facade designation.
Chair Rios, member Bienvenu, I think that's a great question. And I think that's where staff was headed with, given that they're building the Portal addition directly over the concrete slab of the 48 square feet that's already established. Given the previous motion in November of the exclusion of the Portal and non-historic materials, it would seem that is, they're not adding any more square footage to what is already established. That'd be a fair assessment.
And it's not obstructing the primary facade any more than it's already being obstructed by this existing thing.
Yes, sir. Staff would agree with that.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll chew on that a little bit. Thanks.
Thank you, Paul.
I have a question.
Oh, yes.
Yes, sir.
So Paul, I noticed that existing Portal is 7'6" long and the proposed Portal is 12 feet. Or I guess it's technically not a Portal if it's not going to be connected, but the existing shade structure, the proposed is shown as 7'6" and the proposed is 12 by 4. So those would be different sizes.
Oh, good catch.
Chair Rios, member Cherry, on the proposed west elevation on the main residential structure, it's not showing, and maybe the applicant can address.
Yeah, it shows the wider, it shows the longer or shade structure on the proposed and on the existing on that elevation as well.
That is correct, yes.
Thanks.
Thank you, member Cherry.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
And maybe more clarification will come from the applicant. So applicant or applicants, please get sworn in.
Hello. Will you please raise your right hand, state your name and address for the record?
Jeff Sears, 122 Lorenzo Road.
Do you solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you have in reference to this item shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, and do this under the penalties of perjury?
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. He's been sworn in.
Yes, Mr. Sears, what do you have to tell us about this interesting project?
I didn't hear it. What'd you say?
I said, what do you have to tell us about this project?
Oh, yes. Well, again, good evening. My name is Jeff Sears. I'm here this evening with Sarah Kennington and Steve Bardwell, the owners of the property. And our challenge on this project has been to address the issues that are deficient, certainly on the existing resident. That has primarily to do with the lack of any kind of energy efficiency, in the roof and walls and windows. And then, of course, then looking to address those, and with the minimum amount of changes that would potentially jeopardize the status of the structure. So the intent here was, again, to make the residence habitable, add the outside, really outside amenities that you see on the garage and the storage room, and then portals, creating a courtyard in between the those new structures and the existing residence. So in regards to this portal on the west, it is detached. We maintained it to be detached, but if it is the decision of the board to attach it and then rebuild it in kind, meaning the same size as the existing, that would be acceptable. And other than that, we stand for any other questions. Thank you.
Okay. So you are indicating that the portal will be attached?
No.
It's
Well,
not going to be attached?
The portal is proposed to not be attached based on what's there, you know, and replacing it. And in regards to
No,
the,
I personally find it very odd not to attach like a portal to a home. It's part of the home. So shouldn't you attach it? I really do feel that it should be attached.
okay,
But that's just
attaching
me,
it-
and I don't even vote.
okay, attaching it would be fine.
But I don't know. We can hear from the rest of the board members. Mr. Cherry, you're a builder. What is your opinion on attaching, not attaching portals? Even if it's a simple portal, such as the one that is presented this evening.
My opinion on it, I think it's better to not have the gap for a lot of reasons. You know, it's a simpler design. You don't see these 4 posts. You only have 2 posts, so you're utilizing the structure. I think it's probably when people have the means, it's probably something that they would prefer to do. I would speculate that structure that's there was just built by a homeowner at some point, just to provide some shade or cover over the front door. But probably had they had the means to build a portal along there, they might have. I know that's not the question we're discussing necessarily, but
Well,
yeah, as a builder,
you answered the question.
yeah, as a builder, I think it would be preferred or better to have an attached portal rather than a detached shade structure.
Yes. Heather, are you dying to say something?
Yes, thank you, Chair Rios. I just wanted to map out the path forward, depending upon what decision the H board might want to make. So what's at hand here technically does not require an exception because it is detached, albeit just by a few inches. It is detached. If, like Chair or Vice Chair Bienvenu was talking about, were to be considered some sort of maintenance, there could be a wholesale replacement of the existing portal, but not attached, because that changes. Even though the view from the streetscape is relatively the same, because you can't really discern that separation so well, it's still would, the only maintenance piece would keep it detached. So now I don't know that there would be an objection from staff, but in order to attach it to the primary facade, that would require an exception, and that exception would have to be noticed. And so that decision could not be made tonight.
I have a question.
Go ahead. Stop. Go ahead.
Would extending the parapet be considered an addition to the primary facade, and would that require an exception?
Chair Rios, Member Cherry, that's a very good question. So the extending of the parapet, in many cases for contributing and significant buildings, we do allow, for instance, for green building purposes, or for, additional rooftop features like solar. but it cannot change the overall character of the building. The challenge with this building is it's only about 8 feet tall. And so the character of the facade is a bit different. And, that I would leave that up to the judgment of the board as to whether you feel like that would change the character of the facade enough. I guess 1'4" would change the character enough to warrant an exception as well.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I did specifically ask that question as well because of the presentation that we just heard regarding the green code and the latitude that it sounds like the inspectors or the plan reviewers have in that case. I'm just wondering if that's translating in this situation to where it also seems somewhat de minimis if it's at a smaller size, and there should be a point where, or there could be a point where if is what I'm hearing you say, that if it's de minimis enough to not require an exception because it's meeting these other challenges, these other code challenges.
So with reference to the building, permit reviewers, they have another set of standards, and they know if something is in a historic district that they would have to be consulted. There's actual process in the permitting process where our historic preservation staff reviews those permits. So that would not be lost. But yes, the overall character of the facade, if it's being radically changed by something like this, then we do recommend an exception. Otherwise, if it's de minimis, sometimes roofs get built up over time and there's just a tiny bit of parapet, we have allowed for some additional heights to be able to conceal all of the roofing materials and rooftop equipment.
Thanks.
So, Jeff, it sounds like if you want to attach it, and that was, I don't know if that's the homeowner's preference, you'd have to come back. We could look at all of the rest of the application except that.
The answer to that is no, we do not
Unless you
want
want to detach it, which I think is strange.
Yes, the answer to that is no, we do not want to attach it.
You don't want to attach?
We want to go forward with what's presented.
Member Benedict.
Okay. Despite what the applicant just said, I think you would prefer to be attached. You just don't want to have a delay. Is that what you were referring to? You would prefer to be detached?
No, we were trying to respect what was there. A detached, building a new non-historic portal detached from the structure, similar to what's there.
So you actually prefer it to be detached? Even
Yes.
if you could have it attached, you would prefer it to have
Yes.
a gap? Oh, okay. Problem
And
solved
that
then.
gap will be what? How big?
Pardon me?
How big is that gap between the house and the garage? I mean, the portal?
Approximately 4 inches.
Have you thought about the issues that might come forward when it
Pardon me?
rains
Wait a minute,
or
hold
it
on.
snows?
Can you come forward, please?
Well, if I could just continue what I was going to say, just take a run at what Heather just said there by making the possible argument that I think it was attached at one time. I think historically that was attached, not by necessarily a header of any type, but you can see that there was something, you can see the remnants on the wall above the portal that, yeah, I mean, you can see there was roofing material there, and that to me is an attachment. So I do think there's a path to approving this tonight under the scenario that at one time there was an attachment and it's pulled away. But it depends on whether the applicant even wants that, but you were going to respond, I know.
Field trips are worth it. That's what we saw in the field trip.
Well, unfortunately, I was not at the site visit today, Vice Chair Bienvenue, but with reference to the attachment, it's not structural. So that's where, I know it's
Okay.
like splitting hairs.
No, I understand. No,
but-
that's what we do.
Right.
Every Tuesday.
So,
So it
That's
could
fine. No, I appreciate
it could be
that
not,
point of
it
view.
could be not structurally attached.
It could be not structurally attached.
Yeah, no, I
That's
think, I mean,
correct.
what you're saying, I think is a very important distinction because it really gets to what the word attached and what's an addition. So that's fine. I'm glad that we have that clarified. Okay, so it doesn't matter because you don't want it attached. So,
did the owner want to speak?
Degnan's raising her hand. Sorry.
No, I think we're good.
Thank you. I have a question for staff.
Yes.
When does a freestanding shade structure become a portal?
Madam Chair, Member Degnan, a freestanding structure becomes a portal when it is attached structurally to the facade.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, Jeff.
Well,
Anything else?
no,
So I still find it rather strange. I don't know, I don't. Any other questions or comments? Oh, did I ask for anyone in the audience wishing to comment? Okay, the owner
Wait,
is
I'm
coming
sorry, the
forward.
owner
And
wants to
sir,
speak.
you'll need to get sworn in.
Will you please raise your right hand, state your name and address for the record?
Steve Bardwell, Post Office Box 644, Pioneer Town, California.
Do you solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you have in reference to this item shall be the truth and nothing but the truth and do this under the penalties of perjury?
I do.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. He's been sworn in.
Okay,
Yes.
we're wanting to hear from you as the homeowner.
We were trying to be very respectful of the existing building by not attaching anything to the existing building. That was our sort of primary thought on this thing, knowing that it would require an exception, and also with the thought that in the future, at some point, one could remove this portal and you'd have the existing building as it now is, which I think is it would be the reason that an exception might become involved. The idea of having a non-structural connection to it, maybe perhaps with just a piece of flashing or something, maybe something similar to what was there originally with this, just the roofing material or the construction adhesive, but just something to, but we're, the thought is we'd like to keep it just as close to it as possible, keeping the existing facade intact, but it just, and we've been there when it has rained like crazy and you'll get just a small amount of water between that comes down within that gap. So it isn't like a big problem. So if we were to have maybe just be able to run a piece of flashing that maybe gets right up close to the building, we'd be happy with that. And just with the idea of not having to encumber everyone with having to process an exception for this.
Okay, thank you for your comments. And anyone? Yes, Paul.
Madam Chair, members of the board, and I'd like to commend Mr. Sears and the property owners. They've done everything we've asked, everything staff has asked from start to finish, and we're just very grateful for you. Thank you.
thank you, Paul.
Okay, anyone in this room wanting to comment on this project, come forward. Run, Elizabeth. Elizabeth, please get sworn in.
Will you please raise your right hand, state your name and address for the record?
Sure. My name's Elizabeth West at 318 Senate Street in the South Capitol. I
Do you
just think this,
solemnly- sorry, 1 second. Do you solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you have in reference to this item shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, and do this under the penalties of perjury?
yes, I do. Thank you, Madam Chair. She's
I
been sworn.
think this is a great example of the details and sensitivity with which you all have to work. And I was really following Mr. Benvenue's approach. Then I heard from the applicants that there's a possibility they might want to take it away at some point. So I thought, well, that's another angle. However, to me, and I keep wondering about my glasses, it looks as if there's some kind of something flashing. It doesn't look like flashing to me. It looks like flashing that went to heaven or something. I mean, it looks like a piece of tarp. And of course you would really want the water to be coming through. But I have to tell you, I've enjoyed this immensely. That's mostly why I'm here. However, it is sort of serious. And I love that it's being taken seriously. To me, it looks as if it were trying to be attached in a very informal way. And I think you're dealing with it quite well. I am kind of curious about the statement about if it is not attached, that means someday it would be easier to take it away altogether. That adds another dynamic. But anyway, thanks for the fun.
Okay. Anybody else in this room wanting to comment besides you, Jeff? Anyone on Zoom?
Yes, Chair Rios. Stephanie Beninato, who has previously been sworn. You may unmute.
Thank you, Stephanie Beninato. I think that extending that portal, which is not a portal, really changes the character of that facade. I think allowing it to be redone in its current footprint is fine. It looks like a bunch of mastic, maybe with some paper, roofing paper that was mastic put over it, attaches it to the house. I understand that you technically have to give a exception for this, but I don't think that actually putting a header into the or screwing a header into the wall is really going to make it hard to detach it if you wanted to. And I think it would make maintenance a lot easier. But I think it's also game playing to say, well, it's 4 inches away, so it's not really attached. It's in front of the primary facade, so it definitely has an impact. And again, I would ask the board to approve the existing footprint, attached, detached, kind of attached, whatever. And then I appreciate the explanation as to why the portal on the studio, now called maybe a garage, I'm not sure which is the garage and which is a garage portal, but why that portal was so much bigger than the structure itself. And I do understand that basically it's serving as a carport. So again, I kind of wish the board didn't have to play games with this. You know, we're not attaching it, so you don't need an exception. When it's so close, you might as well be attaching it, and visually it looks attached. And again, from my perspective, it looks like a bunch of mastic that was, you know, somehow supported so it dried, and then was in fact blocking that gap, which the owners say doesn't do too much damage, but I think over time it will definitely damage the non-portal portal. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. I'm going to guess there are no more people on Zoom, and a motion is in order. Yes, Member Bichai.
Sorry, I don't have a motion yet, but I just, in looking at this a bit closer, have noticed that it's not simply a rebuilding of the same style portal. It is much wider, and that does also, in my opinion, change the character of this facade. But the square, simple posts are replaced with round posts that are tapered at the top, which I think we've tried to avoid in the past. So there's 4 of those rather than just the 4 square simple posts. So I think this does represent a departure from what's there, if that's the objective of the applicants, to sort of keep it simple and mimic what is there with more integrity. I do think this is a bit of a departure.
And
In reference to that, Jeff, did you say that the homeowners would be willing to keep it the same size?
It's very hard to hear from up here. So the question is that we're replacing the posts with, from square to round? Okay. So is this just in regards to the portal? Oh, okay. So I have to consult with my client here. So if we need to, all right, if we need to rebuild this portal exactly the way it is, that is acceptable.
I think we're ready.
Yes. Okay.
Well, I
yeah.
shouldn't say portal, I should say stage structure because it is not
Okay.
attached.
Okay.
Yeah, if I might, yeah, we'd be perfectly willing to rebuild this structure in the same footprint that it now exists and utilizing square columns.
Okay.
We wouldn't rebuild it exactly as it is. I think we'd try and make it a little more attractive, perhaps, and I'd suggest perhaps square columns with some chamfered edges, perhaps. But nonetheless, we'd be perfectly happy with doing that, keeping it the same size, and rebuilding it right in the same way that it is. That's
Okay. Thank you very much. I think
Excellent.
we're ready for a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. 2025-010-348, HDRB 557 San Antonio Street. Based on the discussion,
Ooh, you
it's
said San Antonio and it's Don Miguel.
on the wrong one.
And
Sorry, 2025-010-350, HDRB 907 Don Miguel Place. Just to summarize where I think we're at as the basis for this motion, I don't agree that just separating by an inch or two a structure from primary facade should automatically make it not subject to the requirement of exception criteria in all cases, because I think that, as I said before, would defeat the intent. But in this particular case, I think what we can say is that we are replacing an existing structure that is already separated from the primary facade. So with that in mind, I would move to approve the application as submitted with the alteration and condition that the portal over the main entrance be reconstructed in kind with some minor modifications, but generally in the existing footprint and existing style with revised plans submitted to staff for approval.
do I hear a second?
Yes, I have a second.
I'm sorry. Anything further to add? Nothing. Roll call vote, please.
Vice Chair Bienvenu,
Yes.
Member Mather,
Yes.
Member Cherry,
Yes.
Member Dagnon,
Yes.
Member Bichette.
Yes.
Madam Chair, the motion has passed.
Okay, thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you.
That was the last case this evening. Any matters from the board? Yay, none. Next meeting is going to be June the 10th. No,
Can I add one thing?
I think these are postponed. They're both postponed, aren't they?
Oh, just the,
Just the
Just the
number
one.
one?
we still
Oh,
need the
I'm
study
moving to
session for
postpone
the
this.
code.
Okay. And she just seconded. No. Okay, oh, discussion items. I'm sorry, I'm going to go back to discussion items. A is postponed, correct?
Yeah.
And
Yes,
B,
that is correct.
okay.
A is
talk to us.
postponed and B is the study session for the land development code. If it's the desire of the board, we can take it up a different time. It is a discussion item, or we can do it tonight. We have the room until 10 o'clock. Hopefully it would not take that long, but we can certainly schedule a different time.
Quickly.
I'd rather have Maggie here.
Oh,
Maggie is on Zoom.
Oh, okay. Got
Okay,
it.
I'll pull the board, starting from that and yes or no for the have it this evening? Yeah, to have it tonight, yes?
Yes, we're here.
Okay, Amanda?
Sure.
I think we can at least start.
Oh, he says yes. Sorry about that. Yeah. Okay. Go ahead.
You know, that's frightens me a little bit, Vice Chair Bienvenue. Well, we can start. No. Actually, I always appreciate everybody's input, and I think it's important that we get it right. So I'm going to make the presentation, but Maggie and I are going to be tag teaming. The reason I'm doing this is primarily because, I was dealing with the historic preservation or historic districts ordinance subcommittee that was specific to this portion of the code that we had sort of divided out from the technical review team, just because there's a lot to go over and a lot to discuss when it comes to historic preservation in our community. So just so you know what we're doing this evening, we're going to be going over phase one. So this is a two-phase project. The first phase, the overall intent was to reorganize things to make them more understandable, easier to use, and organize the code so that, using things like illustrations, would be very effective and useful when it comes to illustrating signs or illustrating site plans and the like. So there are a couple of major improvements that I'm going to go over, or some substantive change that, for the code at large that I'm going to go over, and then I'll just scan through the historic districts ordinance in particular at the end of this presentation. All right, so the major improvements for the code update is organizing the zoning districts so they're more understandable and usable. So with reference to the current code on the left, and this is how it looks, for the user, it's difficult to really parse out what is what. And so the lot and building standards have been brought together with the zoning districts. So you don't have to move from one section to another section and really trying to find everything and navigate our code. It's a challenge. And the code was its last comprehensive update was in 2014. The adoption date of this was in 1987. So there have been a lot of changes over time, including our height ordinance that we adopted, which sort of ended up in the middle of our section, which is going to be reorganized to find its place in a more graceful manner. So the zoning districts have consolidated purpose statements, new illustrations, as well as simplification and reduction of the repetition of table notes. And just one thing to note is outside of the historic districts, so this is outside of the historic districts, height has been permitted to, or the permitted height is increased by 2 feet in order to allow for green building techniques and the like, because there's a lot more people who are using solar and other green building techniques, additional insulation. There's additional floor space that's required between floors with construction and in certain instances. And so the permitted height for residential will go for 2 stories from 24 to 26 feet, and then from 36 to 38 feet in the zoning districts outside of the residential zoning districts outside of the historic districts. So there are higher density districts that we have that aren't permitted by right. So our high density districts from R12 to R29, that's 12 dwelling units per acre to 29 units per acre. We had an example, you all acted on this a while back for the Habitat for Humanity. They're building 5 dwelling units over off of West Alto Street. And they actually have to go to Planning Commission for approval because it's not a by right application for 5 dwelling units on an infill property because the density is higher than 12 dwelling units per acre. So that is going to become a by right issue so that they do not have to go. We really want to promote infill development. It's just a more efficient way of building cities. And so that is a reason that we're going to make the changes to the higher density districts. And we've also added a parks and open space district. It's just a reference point at this point. But a lot of our parks, are zoned R1, or they have other zoning categories that make it confusing to people that that's actually intended to be parks and open space. So all the overlays have been added to maps and are incorporated into the code. We did not carry the residential suite motel or the ecological resource districts. We didn't carry those forward just because they weren't used. We reorganized and edited the escarpment overlay, the airport overlay. Oddly enough, when that overlay was created, there was a prohibition on the sale of alcohol. And it was a big issue with the counselors at that time, Counselor Carmichael Dominguez and Counselor Calvert, just because they were concerned about liquor stores were the only things that were going to be built along Airport Road. But the unintended consequence has been that they haven't really been able to attract restaurants and grocery stores to the corridor because they can't sell alcohol. So that has been one of the challenges along there. So that's going to be eliminated. And we have some edits and ideas that are incorporated in the historic districts ordinance, but there are no major changes. So for a special use permit, it has been renamed to a conditional use. The special use permit implies what a lot of people didn't read was that it is a permitted use subject to conditions. So, but it is a permitted use. So we're just calling it what it is. Some new uses have been added. For instance, doggy daycares weren't a thing back in 1987 or in 2014, but they are now. So we have that, as well as urban farms and other types of standards that are associated with those things. Accessory and temporary uses have been added to the table. Wasn't, called out previously. No uses were removed, and the biggest emphasis was expanding housing types. So we had in the code duplexes, but we didn't have a fourplex or a threeplex. Those are the type of development actually we see in the east side when you want to add some more units. That's a graceful way of adding a couple more units. So just acknowledging those, live work, as well as other, attached townhome, single family attached is not actually even acknowledged in the code as of right now. So with reference to landscaping, we updated the perimeter parking lot standards, including a lower threshold for applicability. Walls and fences is just prohibited. No new information on fence materials, just the prohibition of barbed wire. And we reorganized the information to make it more logical. I said that already. Sorry about that. And then with reference to parking, we have actually lowered the amount of required parking. I saw something about the parking lot in downtown being repaved, and I was like, why can't we use that instead of just having a flat parking lot, have something built there. So, and it's because of these parking standards that sometimes get in our way of doing that. So we're reducing the minimum required parking. Another thing is we're allowing for some parking spaces to be permitted on streets, provided that there's enough access for fire, life safety vehicles to get through, and you have those minimum dimensions. Some streets in the east side won't allow for that. And then also bicycle parking and parking for electric vehicle charging and certain sizes of developments. And then signs, there's been the removal. So there was a court case that went all the way to the Supreme Court, and it's Gilbert versus Arizona. I believe that's the right one. And but in this particular court case, it was relating to content. And the thing is, the argument that was made was that signs are also a form of free speech. So you can't limit what goes on the sign unless it's offensive or something like that. So, or hate-based. So therefore, there's a removal of content-based regulation. It's all related to design, color, placement, et cetera. The impact fees have been reorganized to make it more accessible and understandable to developers. Typically, those are related to police and infrastructure development, and is accompanied with a building permit, not impacting this, the zoning and the historic side of things. The street design standards were separated out so that there's a concurrent update that's happening through our Public Works Department that are a little more specific as to the components of streets and making for complete streets and having good sidewalks, as well as narrower lanes just for traffic calming purposes and the like. And there are no substantive changes in architectural design review of phase 1. But with reference to those buildings that are outside of the historic districts, there will be an effort in the beginning of phase 2 to deal with the architectural design standards, because we acknowledge they're bad and difficult to regulate and administer. So also with reference to administration procedures, this sort of lays out what you do and what all of the other boards and commissions do, as well as the governing body. And so we have a chart of all of the different actions, which includes a master plan, includes annexation, all of the different types of things like a variance that was managed by the Board of Adjustment and the like. And we've laid out who is the authority and, what are the appeal procedures and who is the final authority. So that's what that chart is all about. And then companion to that, for instance, in the code text amendment here, it lays out the steps for each of the different hearings that you have to go to. What are the approval criteria? So it's all centralized in one place. And then also one of the other initiatives that came out of our technical working group is having a more robust affordable housing incentives. So these incentives are voluntary. They're not required at this point. As you may or may not know, we require 20% affordable housing or a fee in lieu for developments. So that 20% criterion is getting harder and harder to make pencil for developers, just because of the fact that their building costs have gone up. It's harder to really because ultimately the affordable units are subsidized. So with reference to that, we're providing some additional market rate housing that can be provided in addition to that 20%. So for instance, with a density bonus, there's right now a 15% density bonus, and those rental projects can do fee in lieu. But that additional affordable units do not change that bonus. So say for instance, 10 units were affordable and the builder built 12 units of affordable, there's no additional density that's allowed. So some of the developers like HomeWise in town develop it to 40% affordable. And so, but they're stuck with the 15% density bonus. So in places like Tierra Contenta Phase 3, this will provide for more density. So ultimately, there would be 4 affordable price homes, 16 market, and then 3 density bonus homes on top of that, just to help. We did a lot of work with the developers in the community to come up with what is realistic for affordable housing to support its development on many different levels. So the scales are relative to the percentage of affordable housing units. So for 14 market rate homes, 6 affordability priced homes, and 9 market rate bonus homes, there's a total of 29 homes in that 30% affordability scenario. Maggie, am I explaining this well, or do you want to add anything?
No, Heather, you're doing great. Thank you. And good evening. Yeah, I think the intent of this new kind of incentive program is to both provide more affordable homes and more market rate homes for the community. And to do so, we, are offering the density bonus. And then Heather hasn't gotten to the other incentives that are part of this, but also include some provisions on some dimensional standards and some other, design standards that we want to use as incentives for developers to produce more housing. Another thing to note with this program, there is no fee in lieu option. So the developers are either, opting to actually provide and build the units or not, but they can't do the fee in lieu and still get the density bonuses. Okay. So that's a big key, piece of this that I just wanted to stress as well. And so we show the image here is kind of looks like little individual single family units. But, again, this could be duplexes or triplexes or multifamily development as well. So it's not necessarily going to be dispersed single family homes that are shown here.
This is just for ease of use at this point. Thank you, Maggie. So
Yeah,
for R1 densities, there's an opportunity to have up to 4 dwelling units for a residential 1 dwelling unit per acre. And then you have to keep in mind that also as part of the incentive for infill development, the accessory dwelling units are also permitted. So there could potentially be up to 8 dwelling units on an acre of land. But, of course, the accessory dwelling units are limited in size and all of that. So that would be the second unit would be somewhat limited and actually have to be part of the first unit's property. But there could be 8 dwellings, up to 8 dwellings there if everybody took advantage of that. So with reference to future changes, one of the things we've discussed in the Historic District Subcommittee is actually dividing the downtown and the east side historic districts because they represent 2 very distinct things. Our downtown is very different than 248 Rodriguez, where there's a single family home that's being built on that parcel. So we feel like that maybe we need to economize a little bit. The business capital district is also in the historic districts and operate. There's one case where the yard wall height, permitted height, is higher than the yard wall permitted in the zoning code. So we have those conflicts. And so if somebody wants to build a higher height, then they would have to go to the Board of Adjustment as well as, being heard by this board. So we're trying to make sure that it's more clear, the path forward. And so there might be some changes that incorporate some of those BCD things to the historic districts ordinance. And then we're hoping to expand mixed use districts so that there's a lot of rezoning requests that we get outside of the historic districts because, the use palette is very limited. Right. So we're hoping to have more mixed use districts to allow for different types of development, like that. Going up Canyon Road and there's the neighborhood grocery stores that Cecilia so fondly tells me about, which, the Gormleys as well as the Martinez's and all of that, that was something that we had historically and got away with Euclidean zoning and, much of the country. We're coming back to, well, we should allow for lots of different things to happen. Maybe we don't want a slaughterhouse next to our property, but, within reason. And then following, the general plan adoption will also make sure that the future land use map and the zoning code match. And so the general plan is something we really have a unique situation here in my career. We've never done an update to the land development code as well as an update to a general plan concurrently. And so we're going to be able to engage with people on that sort of more 30,000 foot level policy development, and then sort of at the ground, like this is how we're going to lay it out and how it's going to be built with the land development code. So that's really exciting. We also would like to reduce the number of overlays. Is arts and crafts overlay still useful to us? Or do we just recognize Canyon Road as being something distinct and giving it its own mixed use district to allow for those mix of uses? And then, also Cerritos Road and other highway corridor overlays need some work. For instance, the Old Pecos Trail overlay has been something that's been of concern in recent cases. And so we need to acknowledge that was a desire of the community and work on a corridor plan. And so those are the types of things that we'll be looking at in phase 2. We've heard from the community about their concerns. So, and then we also are just trying to make further changes to historic districts and archaeological review districts to help us pave the way forward. But let me move to the code. I'm going to reshare my screen so that I can show you the code itself. I did email this to you all previously so that you had a copy of the code, but I'm just going to go, I mean, you could read the whole 620 pages if you'd like. It's been a lot of work, but it's been really rewarding work. And I was very happy to have this special subcommittee because I think there was a lot of good discussion. So with reference to the design standards, there was a question at the site visits today about the numbering, and the numbering will change. So when I first started out in historic preservation in the 90s, it was 14-70. And then all the different things. So now it's 14-5.2. So in 2014, that change was made, and we're going to make it again just to help with the reorganization of the code. But all of the, district standards, so this is in the same section as the archaeological review districts as well. So as the land, I know I'm going through this quickly. I can't believe okay, there we go. So we're starting at the top. So with reference to historic districts, so we have the general provisions, that is unchanged. The zoning district regulations and conflicting standards, that was buried in the text before, but this makes it clear to everybody, like I mentioned, with the fence height, that, you need to follow other processes or may need to follow other processes in addition to what you do with this board. And with reference to any building code references or what have you, I think with reference to this particular why it's reserved is exactly what we're talking about tonight, with the chief building official having the ability to make a determination that as long as the health and safety aren't impacted, then a building code standard can be waived in particular cases to preserve historic buildings. So the framework of the state of New Mexico code is the same. The boundaries are shown on the official zoning map. Design of buildings, responsibility for that is by the applicant, not by the city. It might seem like simplistic, but it's come up before. And so it's something that we need to acknowledge as well. So non-conforming status also something that comes into play with historic districts review board reviews as well. So that sometimes, you have like that case tonight where there wasn't appropriate setback. It was like 0 lot line. That's where the zoning code and the historic districts ordinance interact. And so if it was a historic structure, there's some flexibility, but there's still the zoning code that we have to comply with. And electric or telecommunications facilities shall follow the procedures of that portion of the code. When that was adopted originally in 1997 and then has been updated since, there's provisions in that particular ordinance relative to historic districts, and there's special process that must be followed, especially if it's being attached to a historic building. Minimum maintenance standards have just been put sort of towards the front so that people understand that there's maintenance requirements. Buildings with a significant or contributing historic status, that has been divided out and is divided out right now, but it's just organized in a way that's more understandable and readable. And then the notice requirements and the restoration of status and the report to the governing body. This is something that I'm going to change. I'm going to request to be changed in phase 2. Staff shall compile all decisions and the H board shall make an annual report regarding a structure's status. The change will be, for instance, we have an official map of contributing and significant structures that we use through our GIS portal. That map hasn't been updated since I did it back in 1997. So it's being updated. In fact, Amanda Romero and Nicole Ramirez Thomas have been really combing through 20 years worth of minutes and board cases and actions to update that. And so we'll be bringing that to the board, and it should stay with the board, but right now that's going to have to go to the governing body until phase 2. And then outlining when review by the Historic Districts Review Board is required. And then exceptions has been set forth, and there's 2 different types of exceptions. There's the height exception as well as the design standards exception, and the procedures relative to that. The height section of the code hasn't changed. We've made no changes to that. It's still based on streetscapes. There's still very specific manner in which those things are done. And then what I'm going to do is just move so we can continue. I mean, it's 9:30. I want to make sure there's plenty of time for questions and comments. So I'm getting to district specific standards. So with reference to that, right now things have been reorganized a bit. So there's a description of architectural character of the district. So as you know, Don Gaspar is very different from the downtown and east side. And so, the character really comes from the Historic Districts Handbook, as well as national, registered nominations and the like. The sort of introductory text is describing the overall character of the district, and then goes into those design features and standards. So like, for instance, design elements, new construction in this district shall generally be bungalow style or Pueblo Spanish revival, territorial revival, or the northern New Mexico vernacular subtypes of the Santa Fe style. So Don Gaspar is sort of a unique district, but this is slightly different than the downtown and east side where it's more restrictive. And then the focus really is, because we started out as a styles ordinance in 1957, and really the overall intent was making Santa Fe look like Santa Fe. And that is really important to retain when we think about our identity and our character. But there's a lot of materials that have changed over time in construction. For instance, there are walls that are being built not with CMU, but special formed something or another that I'm sure Scott can tell me about. But they almost look like styrofoam, but they're stronger, believe it or not. But it still gives the overall appearance and effect of adobe construction. And so there's a lot of focus on, roof colors, shapes, solar energy systems, and how those should be organized, walls and fences. Parking is something that's important to acknowledge, and also addressing greenhouses and the like, and how they could fit in our fabric. So I'll conclude there. Maggie, do you have anything else to add?
No, not at this point. Would just love to hear any questions or comments from the board members.
Any comments, board members? How did I know that you would
I needed to take my notes.
Been waiting all night. Thank you, Madam Chair. So obviously this was a huge amount of work. So, all kudos to all of you that put this together. And I think generally, the only thing I'm focused on is the historic district section, right? Because the rest of it's of interest, but I think it's our special responsibility to weigh in on that. I guess my biggest overall comment is that I am adamantly opposed to the substantive revisions that are being made to this section. For 2 years, it's been said over and over and over again, this was just a reorganization. And when I read this, I find some very substantive changes to our ordinance.
Give us an example.
Well, all of the design standards for the specific districts. Just starting with this the downtown and east side, the by far the most important one. We've taken away recent Santa Fe style and old Santa Fe style. That may, and added new styles that are undefined. And that may be the right thing to do ultimately. In fact, I tend to think it probably is, because the recent and old Santa Fe style issue has been a source of confusion for sure. But the problem is that that's a substantive change, and we were supposed to not be making substantive changes. And I think that there's language in there that I wouldn't agree with, and that I think that have potential consequences that really need to be thought through. And that's what I thought phase 2 was going to do, was address those. And I think it should. And I think that it's not a matter of a small group of volunteer working group members in my mind, but it really needs the staff and the state and preservation professionals to weigh in on some of those special definitions and style standards that I think are just a little bit too cavalier the way they're being addressed in this draft. I think it's a good idea, for example, to have the character description, but I don't find the character descriptions that are included here to be useful at all. And I think they're very misleading. For example, to really talk a lot about how eclectic the Dongus Bar District is, for example, it really implies that almost anything goes because it lists like 12 different styles that exist in that district. But we have never considered we would never consider approving a Queen Anne style building just because someone can find one someplace. And yet that seems to be implied by some of the language that's included in these historical sections. I think that the character defining sections are extremely important, and they need to be drafted extremely carefully to make sure that we're really capturing what is the board's responsibility to protect in each one of those districts. And just to kind of just gesture at some of the history, I don't think does justice to that necessity at all. So I think that that's something, to me, that's very substantive. And again, I think it needs to be done. I just think that's completely a phase 2 issue of the way this process has been constantly described. It's always been said that this is hygiene and reorganization in phase 1 and substantive changes in phase 2. That's why I didn't participate in phase 1. I would have participated in phase 1, for example, if I had known we were going to be rewriting the style standards for any of our historic districts.
And with reference to those standards, they did come from 2004. I wasn't here, but in 2004, there was an attempt of rewriting the historic districts ordinance. It went through all the process and just never got adopted. So the almost word for word, the text comes from that 2004 version, but certainly point well taken.
Yeah, I mean, I would just ask you to read them and just, would you? I'd love to hear your opinion as to whether you think that those really adequately capture either an accurate description of those districts or anything that would be useful in guiding the board and applying the ordinance. That's the whole reason to have it there. And I just think that's absolutely missing from those descriptions. But more important than that is the style standards. For example, we say bungalow is one of the styles now approved in the Dongus Bar District. I can't imagine we would ever approve a new bungalow in that district. Historically they existed, but it's just very hard for me to conceive that at this date in history, we would say that was appropriate. A new bungalow would be appropriate in that district.
But, you know, in thinking consideration of those state buildings, for instance, the 4 buildings that were those were bungalow style, believe it or
Yeah,
not,
I
with the
agree, they
porch.
exist.
And, I have a bungalow in Denver and it's just like this footprint is pretty much the same. It's the old Sears bungalows that people bought and put together.
I agree.
So it just has a Santa Fe look to it, but those are bungalows.
I'm not saying that they don't exist in the district, but we've certainly never had a proposal to build a new one. It's one thing to have a bungalow from 1950. It's another thing to have a 2025 bungalow. I don't even know what that would look like. I don't even know if that's and that exists. But that's even not really my point. Maybe the governing body in its infinite wisdom wants new bungalows. I just think that's a substantive change to me. That is not something that our current style standards say would be appropriate, or at least they don't necessarily say wouldn't be, but they don't affirmatively state bungalow is an approved style for that district. And so again, all I'm getting at is that's to me a very important substantive change that should be in phase 2. And I don't know why we are revising our style standards in phase 1 when all we were going to do is reorganize. So the reorganization, I think, is pretty effective, in all honesty. I think it really clarifies and makes a much more logical organization of the various things that the board has to do and staff has to do to enforce the code. So I'm very comfortable with all of that. But like for East Side, downtown and East Side, I think that if we're going to start getting into the details of adding a vernacular style, which I think we should be doing, that's a substantive issue that needs to be fully thought through and not just kind of suddenly inserted in a phase 1 revision. So, I mean, I've got a lot of very specific things throughout, and especially in each one of those districts, and some of the other language that's been changed that I'm not sure why. But I just wanted to really clarify that I really hope that we don't do substantive changes in phase 1 and we defer that to phase 2.
And certainly if that's the pleasure of this board, we can do that.
I hope it is the pleasure of this board.
I think that had been repeated over and over again.
Over and over. No
The intent was to, we ran into a problem with the case where, and I'll just say it, Georgia O'Keeffe, where it was not either recent Santa Fe style or old Santa Fe style.
Right.
So, the intent is really to talk about the overall architectural framework, but it's still the board's authority to judge it based on those specific design standards. So does that mean that you get a Georgia O'Keeffe that maybe is sort of inspired by the heavy buildings that you find in northern New Mexico, like in Abiquiu? Paul gracefully described that when he was presenting that case. Or do you just say that it has to look like the Museum of Art, for instance? That's where we get into those challenges, is like, do we allow for really a sense of what the materials are and all of that, or do we stick to recent or old?
I totally agree. I'm just to be clear, I totally agree that probably old and recent are going to go out the window eventually. All I'm saying is that's such an important issue. Then there's so many different ways to address it that's got to be a phase 2 issue where we really delve into that in depth.
Okay.
And
that's
that's my point. Not that we shouldn't address the issue, but that's phase 2.
And just so I understand you correctly, if we were to reinsert the existing code standards for downtown and East Side and all the districts,
right.
And then the rest of it, do you feel, I mean, you mentioned that you felt like the changes may have been appropriate or what have you. Would the rest of it be able to stay that way, or what would your suggestion be?
I mean, there are some minor things here and there that I would quibble with, that language has been changed in other areas, but the general reorganization, yes, I would just, I mean, this is minor, but for example, I would keep downtown and east side as the first district, for example, because it's the one that sets the standard for all the districts, but that's minor. Other than that, I would say the reorganization is generally good, really helpful. In fact, I think really helpful. But is there a reason why it couldn't just, I still find it odd that the governing body is going to approve this. We're going to have a whole new code. We're going to try to figure out how to cite these new code requirements. And then a year later, we're going to do it all over again. Is there a way to just have it be that you move directly into phase 2 based on this phase 1 working template, that there's an approval in principle for the reorganization?
So
and then
we
move
won't
to
be
phase-
able to implement the code that way until there's an actual action by the governing body.
I know.
So we wouldn't be able to use this code with its clarifications, the graphics and all of that sort of stuff, the rest of the code in this manner until it's been adopted and made effective.
I agree, but I'm wondering if that's not better, because then you, instead of having just this year where you're using an interim document and then suddenly having to come and potentially another version of
I
it.
understand your point and sympathize with it, but this is how it was organized before.
Okay.
Before my time here.
Because I guess the
So-
only reason I'm bringing it up is because I do think that it's a lot easier now to address the substantive issues. Now that
Right.
you've reorganized it, it makes it so much clearer exactly where it still needs work.
Vice Chair Bienvenu, Chair Rios mentioned the code citations will change. Is that correct in this review? No longer 14-5.2 is the historic districts. Now it's going to be changed to a different, the numerical numbers.
Yeah, the numeric, those changes will be incorporated. And for instance, archaeology will also change. And we, just so you know, there were substantive changes with the archaeological districts ordinance. For instance, we run into a lot of problems in the suburban and rivers and trails districts where there's 200-foot dimension that triggers archaeological review. That's actually being brought into 50 feet for utility trenching that triggers archaeological review. Because even though there's a lot of density in terms of archaeological sites in downtown, it's not to say there are not others, like for instance, the Pendy Pueblo, which is along Agua Fria, as well as the historic village of Agua Fria and the development associated with that. So there were we worked with the Archaeological Review Committee, subcommittee to go through those changes as well. But yeah, so I guess, you know, it's really great to get this feedback. So, and if it's too much, if it's, you know, overstep, we can always use that for phase 2. And I hear that message.
What is the timeline right now for adoption of phase 1 and then perceived adoption of phase 2?
So adoption of phase 1 is currently being wrapped up, and then we have to go through a hearing process that's pretty substantive. So we're hoping it'll be introduced to council in June. And then we have to go through lots of subcommittees, including this committee, to get review and input. This is sort of a study session to make it, you know, so that you know about what's coming, and maybe I can have some responses to that as well.
So there's another review opportunity for this phase
Yes.
1.
Mm-hmm. And then we're hoping to get adopted by August.
And then for phase 2?
That'll start immediately.
But what's the timeline for that to be?
Oh, the timeline will take a couple of years at least. We are going to break up phase 2 into several sub phases so that we don't drive the people who are reviewing it crazy, including our city attorney's office. So we're going to do smaller chunks. So we're going to start with some key issues like architectural design standards and the potential, if we're ready, the historic district standards, and adopt those, you know, and not wait for like a whole phase adoption, but actually have several sub phases that where we deal with issues and adopt that. But this is intended to be that base document and can help us with those phase 2 discussions as well.
Thanks.
Interesting. Any other comments?
Yes.
Just quickly, yeah, I think John's point about the addition of the architectural descriptions for the individual districts is really important. It kind of reminded me of what I've heard from several historic preservation professionals, is that that period of significance would be really helpful to identifying which character defining features in a district should be sort of considered priority in making decisions. But the language referring to like bungalow styles or other styles without a definition is, I could just see it being difficult for us to implement. And the words such as like generally, this district generally includes X number of styles I don't think it's very helpful in trying to implement the code. It's sort of vague language that might lead us to just the difficulties that we've had with recent and old Santa Fe style. You know, it's not specific enough. So I don't know if maybe there's a thought to include definitions at some point in the code. That would, I mean, that's typically what regulations do. Yeah. Maybe that's it.
I haven't looked in terms of the rewrite, but there is in 14-12, I think, quite a list of definitions.
Yeah.
So hopefully they
There's lots
have
of definitions.
looked at that, but that is a good place to look when you're thinking about that.
Sure, yeah. And then it just seemed like with those sort of entry paragraphs, we're getting away from what might be considered character defining features. Like, are we still, is the emphasis still on like materials and, you know, colors and those sorts of like things that are maybe a little bit easier to quantify than like a reference to a type of style. And then I just saw quickly the parking, that's new, right? Like I don't think we've ever, is that something the H board would now start looking at parking? Was that?
Actually, that's something that's left over in the code, that especially in the historic review district and all of that was there, but never really acknowledged. So
Yeah.
typically our zoning staff have
Yeah.
implemented that
Right.
instead of, but having it located to the side and rear, I guess, is design thought that was over time discussed. And so that's why it's there, but it really,
I mean, I think it's kind of, it might be useful because we've seen sort of asphalt parking added to the historic district, which doesn't seem very appropriate. We have no jurisdiction over that. So it does seem like it might be a nice addition, but it's something we're not doing now. And then just lastly, are the things that we're actually trying to implement now, like the guidelines for walls and fences and stucco colors going into phase 1?
those would be in phase 2.
Okay.
I mean, they do function as guideline documents now, like for instance, the desert rose color, you know, we use those as stopgap measures, but we would actually tackle those in phase 2.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, no, but good job. Yeah. Thank you so much for sharing it.
Thank you.
Any other comments?
Yeah, I'd like to make another comment in regard to the definitions. I think, I mean, the intent of the code and what benefits everybody is that it's clear. And I mean, and I think it helps the community and it helps the board and it helps the staff and just makes things easier to navigate. And I haven't reviewed this really thoroughly, so I don't know if this exists yet or not, but I think looking into things like these terms we use, like in kind, I see that often used as very loosely, I guess I would say. You know, when people say, especially in regard to windows, in kind, does that just mean like, does it mean true divided light in kind? Does it mean in kind in materials? Does it mean in kind in look? Does it mean in kind in, you know,
all of the above?
Yeah, all of the above. What does in kind mean? It's something we use all the time, and the community uses it to propose work in a variety of different ways. So I think, and that's probably a working group discussion, appropriate working group discussion, but just finding some of those things that might not be you know, definitions specific to architecture or you know, the historic nature of construction per se, but these terms that we're sort of all using, defining them in a level playing field kind of way, I think would be really beneficial and helpful so that when we're here talking to people about in kind, we're talking the same language.
It's a great suggestion. Yeah. For sure.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Anybody else? Anybody on that end? It's a lot of work. Yeah, I was.
It's a monumental task for sure. And I really appreciate the time that y'all are spending on that. And this has really helped me to go back and, consider what we're going to be presenting and drive the attorney's office crazy again, saying, nope, we have another change. But, that's the purpose, is that, we want to have it vetted as we present it.
Can I ask a question? Just on that, just so I understand the process, was this the board's review before the governing body gets it, or is this
No.
no?
This is a study
Before the
session.
governing body gets it, we will do a review
It'll
and
come
give our
after-
recommendations.
Yeah,
after
this
it
is a
goes
study
to the
session.
governing body, then it comes back to us for review. Right?
It'll
goes
go
the
to the-
governing body, then it goes.
And then it comes back. Yeah. So the planning commission would be doing the same thing. So the governing body is the one that introduces the bill. And then we have public comment on that bill. And then subsequent to that, it goes through all the council committees as well as the boards and commissions that touch chapter 14, like the planning commission, the H board, and the archaeological districts review board. So, and then we will go back to the governing body with those comments and for adoption by the governing body.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay. Let's
And if you
see.
have written comments, or if you want to scan your comments, if you've been writing them on paper, or give me a copy, I'd be happy to take those. Feel free to email them to me, or however I can help you with those comments and getting them, incorporated. That'd be great.
Okay. So any matters from the board? Nobody. And our next meeting is June the 10th. And I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Aye.